Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the International Fundraising Across Borders 2021. It's good to be back. My name is Helen Maynard-Hill, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all today. A very warm welcome to all of the attendees who are joining us today from hopefully all over the world. I'm here in the Netherlands, but British born, and we're joined by people from all over, so thank you for joining. We're looking forward to spending the whole day or most of the morning with you, and thank you for attending IFAB 2021 and also for the work that everybody does every single day. We're very pleased to partner with philanthropic expert and industry leaders for IFAB, and thank you to today's partners, WealthX, Bloomerang and Loungy for your partnership and being a key part of IFAB 2021. Before I introduce our panelists and keynote speaker, please let me share some housekeeping and some information that's important for you all to know for today. Each session is 50 minutes long, and there'll be 10-minute breaks at 9:50, 10:50 and 11:50, and these are all GMT. Just to be clear, it's GMT time. The sessions are cultivation, stewardship, prospect research, tax and legal, and we also have a bonus session at the end where we're talking about how fundraisers can treat their donors as clients, which is going to be very interesting. We've also got time for Q&As and networking. After IFAB ends, you'll receive an email with links for access to all of the sessions. So don't worry if you miss it, because you'll get access to view them afterwards. In a moment, there'll be a short poll for all the attendees. Please complete the poll to introduce yourselves and share a bit of information about what brings you to IFAB. So the poll is in your Chaplain York Connect platform, which everybody should log into and be a part of, because it helps with the chat rooms and the networking, and there's also the poll there as well. So the poll is now open. It's only open for 30 minutes. So if you can, whilst you're listening to me and to the others, obviously, if you can log on to that, it closes at 9 o'clock GMT. If you go into Chaplain York Connect, you'll see there's a chat, Q&A and poll section. Obviously, click on the poll section to complete the poll. Makes sense. You start easy. So again, my name's Helen. I'm the Executive Director of Chaplain York Foundation in the Netherlands. I'm very pleased to be here as an IFAB panelist, but also hopefully coaching the day along. So please allow me to take a moment to introduce my fellow panelists. I'm very pleased to be joined by Graham Pumpenfuss, CFRE. Graham is the Development Director of Kingswood School in Bath in England, a very beautiful part of the world, and has over 25 years fundraising, alumni and development experience in South Africa, Zimbabwe and the UK. Joining him is Leslie Liddell. Leslie is Head of Business Development for Cape Town Opera and is very passionate about the work that she does. Cape Town Opera is Africa's premier operatic company and one of South Africa's largest permanent non-profit performing arts organisations. Leslie manages a portfolio of over 200 donors, including individuals, trusts, foundations, government institutions and corporate donors, as well as various partnerships from South Africa and abroad. Olivia Soray also joins us. Olivia is the Executive Director, the new Executive Director of Chaplain York, Switzerland, and we're very pleased to have him on the team. Olivia is an expert in NPO management, communication, fundraising, and digital for social good. Olivia has over 15 years of professional experience in the fields of social economy, human rights, peace, development, humanitarian aid, in Switzerland and also internationally. And last but by no means least is Arno Masilehe. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, Masilehe. Masilehe, sorry, Arno.
That's okay, everybody does it.
Arno is the president of the iFilm Group and offers more than 20 years experience. His international career has led him to advise major institutions in France and again all over the world. We're very pleased to have Arno on board with this vast experience of global fundraising. Arno is a regular speaker at IFC, CASE and other global fundraising conferences. So I think you'll all agree that it's a really worldly team that we got on board today. Finally, again, but absolutely no means least, let me introduce our keynote speaker, Louise Morris. So Louise is a major donor specialist. She's a consultant, speaker, and a trainer. She's a founder of Summit Fundraising with with over 15 years of major gift fundraising experience with international charities of all sizes, including the Red Cross, Medical Aid for Palestine, ACE Africa, Windor INSP, which is the International Network of Street Papers, Earthwatch, Practical Action, Aid to the Church, and the Brook, and has helped over 100 charities raise large gifts and supported many fundraisers along the way. We're really pleased to kick off today with Louise. She's also a former fundraising director and a trustee of the NGO Women and Children First, so a lot of experience under her belt and lots more to come. So we're very much looking forward to hearing Louise speak. So without further ado, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you, Louise, and it's over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Helen, for a really lovely introduction. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for giving up your time this morning. Helen mentioned I work with a range of charities, and I was working with one UK-based charity who did some really incredible medical research, they still do, into a sensory disability, something that's very common. And I was working with them on how they could make their case more compelling to major donors and where those potential major donors might be. And I remember asking them the question, what makes your organisation so unique? We all know that that's very important, and you will all have unique things about the causes you work for. And when I asked that question, the CEO said to me, "We're the only charity focusing on this." And so I said, "The only charity in the UK focusing on this condition specifically?" And he said, "No, in the world. We're the only charity in the world doing this." And then when I unpicked some more about their research, well, as many of you will know, if you've been involved in medical research, it's a global field. As we found out through COVID, we have scientists and experts working globally on it. Yet their supporters were only resident and UK based. And they hadn't thought outside the borders of the UK. The title of this conference is International Fundraising Across Borders. And we know our donors' worlds are so often across borders. The opportunities are across many borders. And to just highlight why it's so great you've given up your time today. Well, first of all, you've got some amazing speakers and incredible experience in the virtual room, as you just heard. And you've got the chance to network with each other, which particularly when many of us are at home, it's incredibly valuable. But fundraising across borders, fundraising internationally is relevant for every cause. Whether you are a French charity and your services are delivered in France, or whether you're an international NGO and you're delivering services helping communities across the globe. If you are that French charity and you're working regionally, your donors aren't just going to stop at the French borders. We know that the richest 1% of people in the world do the most travel. They're responsible for the most carbon emissions. We'll kind of come on to that and some of the challenges around travel internationally. But your donors aren't stopping at borders. So whether your work is international or your work is within one country or even a region, the cost of not focusing internationally is huge. I mentioned just a missed opportunity there with a UK charity. And other organisations I've worked with who've started to think about this was a UK-based NGO, so an international delivery charity, but registered in the UK. And they hadn't yet thought about building connections with donors in the countries that they were supporting. And actually, we know when donors are connected, they feel really passionate about what's happening. They want to get involved, but they hadn't thought about the people closest to the countries they were operating in. And as well as new opportunities, this international focus is so important for your current donors. As I mentioned, they don't just stop at the borders. And I know many of you will have had challenges, and even in COVID. So I interviewed a philanthropist, a multimillionaire during the lockdown, who's sometimes about 50% of the time based in Britain, but he was in Florida. He managed to fly over there in his second home in the lockdown. I've met an investment manager based in London who spent half of his year in Beijing because that's where his clients were and that's where the markets were that he was operating in. I've met with a donor who grew up in Addis in Ethiopia and had lived in London for 20 years, but had that real connection still with Addis and with Ethiopia and with any charities working in that country. A chair of a fundraising committee that I worked with her for a number of years, and she raised a lot of money for a UK-based charity. Every January to March, she would go to South Africa from Britain. I'm in a pretty cold room at the moment in November in Britain, so I'm not sure that that's a bad idea. But she just wasn't in the UK, she was traveling. And yes, I haven't gone completely mad. I know COVID has affected travel and I will come on to that. But I chatted to a British fundraiser based in a UK charity for the first time in lockdown. We had a virtual coffee, a virtual meeting. And it was last March, which in the UK is really quite chilly. And I saw she was wearing a t-shirt and I thought that was a bit strange. And so I found out a little bit more about her. She was in the Bahamas. So, you know, as fundraisers, you know, Helen's talked about how she was living in Britain and has gone to Netherlands. We travel, people travel. We are a global community. So why am I telling you this? A lot of it you will know, you'll be aware of. Well, I'm approaching international fundraising less about there being borders and more about let's think how we can transcend those borders and make the most of opportunities. There is a huge amount of opportunity, but I realize it's not always easy. I've done major donor fundraising myself and I've loved it and had really rewarding experiences. I've also found it really tough sometimes. I've been a director of fundraising. I've worked with like over 100 different charities. So I'm going to share a little bit of some of the perspectives of maybe and themes, how we can take this international fundraising forward. And I would say there is maybe one question that you could ask yourself as an organization, which might help you in this area. And that question would be, who is working on your major donor fundraising? And where are they? It's actually two questions, isn't it? Not one. But who is working on your major donor fundraising? And where are they? Where are they meeting donors? Where are they based? I'll just outline why I'm asking this question. So I talked about maybe, you know, your services, the people that you support, the work that you do is in one country. So maybe that work that you do is in the UK. Are you traveling to meet potential donors? Dependent on the restrictions in your country and globally where your donors are at the moment, this is going to be quite variable. But in the UK, certain donors are a lot more comfortable meeting now. You can meet inside. It's opened up a huge amount of opportunities. And I was coaching a fundraiser the other week and she said, you know, I feel, she had a really good relationship going with the donor and said, I really feel that, you know, we've met a couple of times virtually. I want to travel to meet him and discuss a bit more about how he might want to be involved. And I said, brilliant, you know, kind of what's stopping you? She said, well, it's £90 on the train. £90, let's spend it. And I think sometimes we don't give ourselves the time and permission to actually travel. Yes, digital is brilliant. I'll come on to that. It plays a fantastic role, but we know that there are some relationships and many relationships will only have that high level of trust that major donors need to give larger gifts when we meet face to face. So yes, let's travel. And internationally too, well, yes, I've been working with a conflict charity who are providing support and disaster relief in the Middle East, and they have started to have some in-person major donor dinners. And they haven't been able to take anybody out to the regions that they work in to see how their gifts are making a difference for 3 years, 2.5 years now. And they thought, we'll just ask at this dinner, we'll get a sense, because it was quite a small intimate dinner, of how our donors are feeling and if they'd want to do that in 2022. With the caveats that we're not sure exactly when, there might be a May trip and a July trip, and we don't know exactly where COVID's going to take us. So I said to them, you know, how did your donors respond? What were they thinking? Unanimously, they wanted to go. They're just desperate to see the work, see how their money's helped. a UK-based air ambulance charity, which is in the UK very much like an emergency service. I'm working with a fundraiser there, and she's just opened the air base, which you can imagine is quite exciting. So they're allowed to take kind of donors with some COVID restrictions around the base, show them the helicopters, show them what's happening. She did that for the first time in 2 years the other week, and she got an £18,000 donation straight afterwards. That £18,000 donation would not have happened on a virtual meeting. So let's be thinking about traveling, thinking about moving, and actually investing in travel if we need to build those relationships. And next time you're recruiting for major donor resource, some of you might be expanding your teams, or you might have a vacancy. Do they have to be based in your country? If you're a private school or a university and you've got a lot of alumni living in the US, why not open out your role to somebody living in the US to build those relationships and build those networks? And again, some of you might be doing this anyway. I'm working with a UK-based charity who support a network of homeless charities across the globe. And they've got some small local networks, but they recruited a US director a couple of years ago. And from that has come so much opportunity for high net worth individuals, trusts and foundations, because they have that presence and that staff presence in the States. And now they're expanding. They're keeping that role really open, because it's going to be home working and some travel, but that person could be based in Europe, where some of the networks are. They could be based in the US. And that means you're also getting the best talent. And trustees. So the charity that I'm trustee of are looking to recruit more trustees from the Global South, because a lot of the communities that we support are in the Global South. The communities themselves are really, really involved, which is fantastic. But actually at board level, they're not. It's the right thing to do. We need a more diverse board, but it also means that we can understand those countries and those networks better. So as well as staff, where are your trustees? Because throughout all of this is diversity. If you are approaching a major donor who maybe travels a lot across Europe and maybe views themselves as quite European, and if you're a UK-based charity trying to attract and build relationships with a donor like that, if they look at your board and they think they're all UK-based, UK educated, UK involved, it can feel quite parochial. You're not necessarily appealing to them and appealing across those borders, because we do have identities and strong identities as individuals, and your donors will be the same based on where we grew up. I mentioned the donor who grew up in Addis in Ethiopia but lived in London, based on where we were educated, based on where we travel, where we're living, where our businesses are. And thinking broadly and internationally really helps us to tap into that and understand our donors and their worlds and understand how they're thinking. And in terms of diversity, it gives us a real opportunity thinking internationally as well, to just broaden our base of donors in terms of disability, of colour, of sex. You might have predominantly male donors. Denitra Griffin is the CEO of Always Giving Back Foundation, and she spoke last year at a conference on the theme of Black Lives Matters, talking about how donors are getting savvier. They are looking at the makeup of the board. And frankly, if you've got an all-white board, why would a donor of colour want to support you if they don't see that diversity reflected? So a few points there around travel. I haven't gone mad. I've noticed there's been a pandemic, and I know travel has changed. The way we communicate has changed. We're all having a conference virtually, which is fantastic, which I'm not sure maybe we would have done 3 years ago. So another theme that I think is really important and that you all know is the role of virtual and digital, and how we can use that in connecting with our major donors and potential major donors. And I'm sure this will be touched on today when we're thinking about stewardship and cultivation. Don't assume people won't engage digitally, and don't assume people are zoomed out. You might feel zoomed out after a day of meetings with your internal team where you don't feel you've really come off the screen. But for me, it's about being really strategic about when we engage with our major donors and potential major donors face to face, and potentially travel, and when we engage with them virtually. And I think that's a huge opportunity in terms of trying to understand their worlds, what's right for them, and what's more likely to get them to engage with us and our cause, what's right for them. So, for example, that first initial meeting, we know we want more meetings. We know that we need to find out what our potential donors' passions, interests are. If they've given a smaller gift, we want to be able to ask, how did you come across us as a cause? How did you find us? But we need a conversation to do that. Virtual meetings is such a gift to be able to do that. One fundraiser I was working with, it did it brilliantly in lockdown. She called quite a few of the lower level donors who she thought could give more and could be major donors. So they'd identified their wealth. And for some of them who were on Apple, she said, oh, you know, could we switch to FaceTime? All of a sudden, you're kind of having a virtual meeting without scheduling a virtual meeting. There was a UK national health charity I worked with who'd been trying to get a meeting with a venture capitalist for about 18 months before COVID. So he'd given a 4-figure gift, but they knew he could give a 6 or 7-figure gift, technically, if he wanted to, but they were really trying to have that conversation and struggling. He was busy, he was traveling a lot. Within 3 weeks of COVID hitting, they got a virtual meeting with the key fundraising lead and the CEO. Now, obviously, there was a lot of stuff going on when the pandemic hit, and quite a few people's reaction was to give back and to do more charity. But I have no doubt that the fact that that meeting was offered virtually had a key part in them having that conversation. Previously, in the 1.5 years they were trying to meet with him, they hadn't offered a virtual meeting. And actually, many of us maybe hadn't as well. So it's not a criticism, it's just a thinking of these changes. And I was working with a UK-based charity who were doing work internationally, really kind of, I would say, unsexy work. This is not children, this is not cancer, this is not kind of something that maybe you think is easy to fundraise for. They had a donor approach them, never given before, saying, I love your work, I think it's really important now more than ever. Could we have a chat about what you might do if I gave you £500,000? What's not to like about that? Excellent. So the fundraiser then tries to set up a meeting between the CEO, who was based in London, and this donor. And what happened? Went very cold. Many of you might have had that yourselves. When the trail just goes cold, it's really hard to get a hold of somebody. You don't just want to keep on emailing. And so coaching her, I said to her, you know, what do you know about this donor? And she said, oh, I don't know much at all because he's never given before. We haven't met him. So I said, well, take a step back. You know, where does he work? So he worked in London, and the head office of the business was in London. And at the time in the summer, a lot of our offices in London had reopened post one of the many lockdowns. So we kind of get a picture that maybe he's in London a bit more. And then I asked the question, does he travel? Where does he live? And this is when it comes back to how many people don't live in one place and maybe have multiple residences in multiple countries. And she said, well, he's got other offices in 6 countries in the world. And from what I've seen online, I think he spends quite a lot of time in each of those countries. Okay, so all of a sudden we're building up a picture of this donor who we've never met, who we've only done some basic desk research on, but we're getting a feel for how he might be more likely to meet. And is it a case of trying to schedule when he's in London? And she didn't have a PA's contact, by the way, which might be in 4 months' time, and trying to line that up with their charity's CEO diary. Well, that sounds just really difficult, doesn't it? But what she did do was offer a virtual meeting and said, you know, I'm aware there might be some time differences. We can be flexible, early or late. Have you got 20 minutes where we can have a quick virtual chat? All of a sudden, for that donor, he can take that virtual call at the airport. He can take it in Miami. He can take it wherever he is. So I think the mix of digital and in person is a real gift actually now for us as fundraisers, and ones that we can seize. A university who've got a number of alumni in Beijing, all of a sudden they're not having to fly to Beijing and with all of the carbon footprint that involves for maybe 1 or 2 meetings, and having to try and line those meetings up with their prospects in Beijing so that they're on a Monday, Tuesday and a Wednesday because they don't want a wasted trip. well, actually, maybe one of the business people they want to meet or one of their prospects isn't in Beijing on that day. What can we do now? We can have that initial virtual chat and we can see where that prospect is at, how involved they might be, what their interest is. And then we can fly a bit later in the stage, potentially. And there's a private school I've been working with in the UK, and they have identified that some of their key prospects are based in the US. So they had their education, it's an all-girls school, they had their education in the UK and then moved to the US and have been very successful. So before COVID, she used to fly over to the US, but they're not all in the same parts of the States. If anybody's in the States, I know it's not the same time zone today, but it's enormous. There's one over on the West Coast, there's one on the East Coast. So she's flying around the States, meeting these individual alumni, building relationships, thanking them for their gifts. Actually, the world of virtual has meant she's got this really unique opportunity now to bring them together virtually. And frankly, people are only zoomed out if we call our virtual meetings, our virtual events, boring stuff like come join us for a webinar. Well, a webinar is not very exciting. If it's a case of you've got the chance to come along and meet some of the old girls, that's their kind of nickname, that's what they call people who come through this school, who are also based in the UK, who also care about this cause, actually, that's a great lunch that I can have virtually. I don't think of it as another Zoom or another Teams meeting or another time looking at the screen. So sometimes it's how we are pitching and talking about these virtual experiences as well. And there was a medical research charity in lockdown who did virtual tours of their medical research for small groups of major donors. And it took a bit of planning because they were going around the lab and they wanted to show some of the science, but the feedback they got from their donors, loads of them said, can you do this again? It means I don't have to travel to London. I love it. And actually that's automatically now open. You could have people from across the globe coming in to those virtual research tours. So there have been virtual events that have been more powerful than in-person ones. And let's not forget things I know some of you will be using, like WhatsApp, which means we can instantly send meaningful thank you video messages. If you've got somebody working on the services of your charity, or if you're in an arts charity and there's a performance, you can instantly send a clip. You can really connect quickly with people wherever they are in the world. So to sum up, international fundraising, it's not a nice to have. Whether you're based in one country, in South Africa, in France, in the UK, and what you're doing is in that country, what your charity is doing, your vision. There are opportunities and implications across borders. People may have grown up in your city and then moved away. People might be traveling. Who is connected to your region, to your cause, to your area? And I know you're going to get some great tips on prospecting on this today. It's not a nice to have. It is an essential. And I know that if you can take just some small tips from today, when I'm at conferences, I kind of love it and I write down millions of notes. But I would say if there's 1, 2, or 3 things that you can write down that are actually actionable, that you can do in the next couple of days, small steps to get you closer to broadening out those opportunities internationally, I think it will be like a really good use of your time today. Because as we build relationships more broadly, as we get to meet more different people, engage them with our cause, it's hugely rewarding. And ultimately, it means we're going to raise more. And that's why we all do what we do, isn't it? We're all working in the sector because we want the world to be that little bit better. And we need money. Our causes need money to do that. So you will raise more looking more broadly, and hopefully you'll enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for listening today. I really appreciate the opportunity as well to have spoken. This is me. I'm Louise Morris. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Twitter at Summit Fundraise. And if you like some of the perspectives, I send out weekly email tips. So the QR code on the top left there, you can just open your phone camera. Feel free to sign up. I do some free events as well. And I do coaching, training and consultancy. So If you think you want to be raising more and you want some more confidence to be able to do that, then don't hesitate to get in touch. I know you're going to have a fantastic day. Thank you to Helen and the folks at Chapel and York for asking me to speak, and have a great day.
Brilliant. Thank you, Louise. Lovely. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your insight. That was really inspiring. And you're right, international fundraising is essential, we know, because we're here. It's not a nice to have, it is an essential. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, in fact, I'm very sure that today isn't just another boring webinar. Today is going to be really interesting and exciting. So without further ado, just to let everybody know, I think the poll is now closed. So thank you to everybody that joined in. We've already got some people on the chat, in the chat room, so keep that coming through. We're going to be monitoring that all morning. Yeah, thank you for a brilliant keynote, says Louise. Sorry if I said your name wrong, but that's brilliant. So yeah, I'm going to move along steadily because we have got a jam-packed day today. To introduce Dave Shepherd. So Dave's going to talk to us about cultivation. Dave is a founder and principal at Shepherd Consulting and has 30 years experience in the school sector. He's both an educator and a senior administrator. Dave specialises in the full range of advancement disciplines, as well as executive coaching and mentoring, volunteer management, senior strategic leadership, and training for international independent schools. So he's very busy in the education sector internationally. Additionally to all of that, Dave is an associate at Moore Partnership and is one of over 20 consultants that help organisations to achieve their philanthropic goals. Previously to doing that, Dave was the inaugural director of the College of Advancement at United World Colleges in Southeast Asia, a non-profit international school in Singapore with 5,500 students and 20,000 alumni, so that kept him busy, I'm sure. Dave has presented regularly at CASE events because he's involved in the education side of fundraising, and has served as a faculty member of CASE Asia Pacific Institute in educational fundraising and at the CASE Philanthropy Commission. Dave was in fact made a CASE laureate in 2019, so congratulations to Dave, and also awarded the Crystal Apple for outstanding teaching in 2020. We're beyond pleased to welcome Dave as our session speaker, our first session speaker. So thank you, Dave, for joining us and for being willing to impart your very experienced knowledge. So I'm going to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Really appreciate that. Hello, everybody. Looking at the attendee list, and some very familiar names on there for me as well, and a lot that are not. So welcome to all of you. The purpose of this session is to provoke thought and prompt some really good discussion with the panel. So I will raise a few issues and a few points over about 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up to the panel to explore some of these ideas, and then to you as to be able to share some of your thoughts and views as well, because I know that we will have a huge amount of experience in the group, and a large range of experience. So some of you will have been doing this work for many years and will have lots to contribute as well. So please do so. We will focus predominantly on major giving as a focus for this session, but do keep in mind annual and regular giving and legacy giving as well. They are very much a part of this whole topic. I do have a couple of slides. Helen, are you able to pop those up for me, please? Thanks. If you can go to the next one, please. So I think the topic of cultivation, when I was asked to speak on this, I started jotting some notes down and realized that we could spend an entire day looking at cultivation and the different issues and elements around it. It's, I think, one of the best ways that I describe the topic of cultivation. It's a real crossroads. It's a topic where we are looking at, from an internal perspective, what we do with our internal processes, with our management, with making sure that we know who is where on our journey. And it's also, most importantly, an external journey. It's that building of relationships that we have with our individual donors, with our broader community, if we're looking at annual and regular giving. But it's about relationships. And everything that we do on the journey of cultivation is trying to bring people closer to us as an organization, so that we are able to hopefully meet donor expectations and secure some support. So I think one of the first things that we've really got to look at is making sure that the internal language, the internal activity, the jargon associated around major gift fundraising and cultivation doesn't permeate into those conversations with our potential supporters. So keeping those elements apart, I think, is really important. So we're trying to bring the joy, we're trying to build relationships to bring people closer to us. Helen, if you go to the next slide, please. So our work in quotes, and I've chosen these 4 quotes for slightly different reasons, and I will let you have a moment just to read them. So I think the first quote is very much about education. It's about helping people understand what it is that we are about. Many people want to do really good work, but they're not sure how or where or how to go about doing it. So your cultivation journey is about explaining to people what their journey would be like with you. I think the second and third quotes are quite similar. And I think we can often get bogged down with what our needs are. We need a new building, we need scholarships, we need a new lifeboat. And I think it's really important that we take a step back, and we're very, very deliberate in being able to explain what cause we are actually promoting, what impact we will actually have. And one of the questions that it's very good to ask of yourself is, why should I care? What it is about the work that you do that people should care about? And in some instances, it's very obvious. People that have been affected by medical illnesses, diseases, can often relate very closely to, they care about a particular disease being cured or having a solution to that. For other organisations, it's not so easy, and particularly the background that I have in international schools, it's often a lot more challenging to be able to present the why should I care in that environment. I think the last quote is also quite revealing as well, and obviously Bill Gates, known to all of you, but I find this quote is quite an interesting one. In the terms of our cultivation, somebody like Bill Gates has made his fortunes by being very deliberate, by being very strategic, by taking very carefully chosen journeys and investments down the routes that he's made. And I think what he's basically saying here is that it's the same process that's needed when he's investing in his philanthropic work. What is it that he needs to see in order to make a philanthropic gift? So when we're cultivating people who have made their philanthropic endeavors through business, we're trying to show and showcase what it is about our organization that you should believe in. So if people do care about the topic that you are working towards, that's great, and that's really important. But there are probably many organizations that are trying to find solutions to those particular world problems. Why would you give to one particular cancer charity over another cancer charity? So the why should I care is a really important question to be able to answer. but why should I believe in your organization is equally important. And as you're taking a donor through the conversations, being able to ensure that the why do I care is something that's really important to them, but being able to articulate what it is about your organization that actually can make a difference to that cause. The third piece of that, of course, is what difference would a gift make from me now? And being able to articulate what it is about your organization, your programs, your priorities that will actually be able to make a difference at this point in time. So building up the trust, building up that long-term belief in your work by answering those questions, I think is really important. If we go to the next slide, please, Helen. Again, I'm not going to teach anybody to suck eggs. This is a diagram that most of you will have seen in varying different guises. But the reason that I've included it here is because it often does identify a section called cultivation phase. And whilst that's really important, being able to have a plan for an individual to bring them closer to your organization to answer those three questions, I think it's also important to realize that the cultivation phase happens throughout the entire fundraising cycle. You're trying to build up a relationship with an individual or a group of people, and they will be looking at you to see how you are going about doing that. And that happens right down at the research stage. What do you know about somebody? How do you articulate that to them? That's giving them an understanding of how you're going about your work. The stewardship phase equally is a cultivation phase. As you are interacting with your donors, being able to continue that conversation, to build the trust, so that we're hopefully gaining ongoing support. There's quite a bit of research out there with organizations that have raised huge amounts of money, and they've looked at the number of gifts that people give before they give a really significant gift. And you'll probably find that when people are giving gifts in the $1 million range, £1 million range, they've probably given 10 or 12 times to that organization before they make the commitment to make a really big gift. They're testing you out. They're seeing if your word is what you say it is when you have those initial conversations with people. So cultivating people is not just for a first gift, it's for that ongoing relationship to build up that level of understanding so that the commitment is continued and hopefully increased. That same research that shows that people give bigger gifts after they've given quite a few gifts, if you look at the average size of the first gift that group of people made, it's often very small, in the hundreds of pounds, hundreds of dollars. So again, people are testing you out. They're seeing whether your journey is, as you said it would be, right at the very beginning. Helen. So a couple of other thoughts on cultivation, and I put 4 points down here. I think it's really, really important to understand, or try to understand, the motivation of the people that we are speaking with. Not focusing on what you need, not focusing on your goals and your fundraising targets, but really taking the time to understand what is motivating the individual or the group of people that you're speaking to, if it's through annual and regular giving. And we're trying to find that sweet spot where what you need and what you want to have supported gels with those passions and commitments that the individual or the group of people want to support. And this is a skill that takes time to evolve and develop, but really working out what motivates people, and often realizing that they don't know themselves. Not always. They know that they want to do some good work in a particular area, but how they want to do that, what that actually looks like, is often undefined and not clear when you first start speaking with people. So taking the time to really understand people and what their motivations are, I think, is a very important element. The second piece down there is the story. And I'm a firm believer that the story is absolutely crucial. If you haven't taken the time to really develop your narrative, to really understand the why people should care with the cause that you're working towards, why your organization is one that has got the capacity to solve those problems, and what is the difference that you can make with their support right now. That story, that journey that you're taking people down, needs to be really well articulated, and it takes time and it takes intention to create that, and make sure that all the people in your organization are fluent in that conversation. The third piece that I put down there is leadership. I worked at a school where a head once stood up and said, "How many admissions officers do you think we have?" And people were saying 5, 6, 7. And he said, "Actually, no, we've got 250. We've got every single teacher in the school is an admissions officer. It's how you tell the story, it's how you present the school, it's how you are able to engage with people." And Lorna Summers, who many of you will know from McMaster University in Canada, she often talks about it takes a village. And I think the important thing around cultivation is it's not the job for a fundraiser sitting in an office down the corridor. If you're going to be an organization that fundraisers, that might be the case. But if you're an organization that is a fundraising organization, then this will permeate throughout the entire organization. The leadership, your volunteers, your staff, your colleagues, your supporters, it's a team effort. And I think often cultivation is seen as a mechanical activity that is just for a couple of fundraisers to do, when actually it's something that we need everybody to be part of. And the last one is the infrastructure. And this is where we don't want it to bleed into our relationships with others, but having really strong processes and practices behind the scenes to track those major gift conversations, the relationships with larger groups, and the ability to manage that pipeline really effectively. Helen. So just coming towards the end of this part of before we open it up to the panel, and we open it up to all of you as well. Cultivation in a post-pandemic world, what's changed? Well, we heard from the previous presentation that some people are very happy to remain on Zoom, on virtual activities. We've heard that others are absolutely desperate to get back to being face-to-face and working again with people in situ. So I think one of the most important things when we're thinking about how we work our cultivation approaches is to listen, is to make sure that we understand what it is that individual donor's preferences are. Yes, some people will want to get straight back behind a desk and then meet you in for lunch or for dinner in their office, and they'll want to get back to face-to-face conversations. For other people, it's freed them from having to travel, having to spend a lot of time, and it's not that they don't necessarily want to meet you. They can just get 5 things done in a day, where before they could only get 2 things done in the day. So listening to how people want to interact with you and recognizing that will be different for different people. And this brings up its own issues as well. If you've got a group of people who some want to meet you face to face, and others within the group who want to or prefer to be in a virtual environment, that's going to create some challenging moments for you. And they're not necessarily answers, but they're certainly things to think about. But asking people's preferences, I think, is something that's really important. Priorities. You've been cultivating your major donors and your supporters probably for many months, many years. Have their priorities changed? Has the pandemic changed how people view their philanthropic work, where they want to focus their priorities? Making sure that you check in and that you have those realignment conversations to make sure that what they wanted to do before the pandemic is actually something they still want to do, or if new opportunities become available for you. If you're in the university sector, have you been part of the solution to COVID? Has that generated different conversations for you and your donors? So looking at your priorities and their priorities and making sure that you've got that realignment in this new world, I think is something that is worth spending some time doing. And we touched briefly on meetings and events, but when are people ready to get back? What will that look like? It's going to be a hybrid. It's not going to be back to normal in the way it was before. And it's important to ask people what it is that they would like to do and how they would like to operate, and build your new practice around that. I'm conscious of time, and I think I've actually hit my 20 minutes spot on. Helen's nodding, so that's good. If you want to lose the slides, Helen, we can finish with those.
I appreciate the consciousness of time, Dave. Thank you. And thank you to everybody that's been commenting. We've had some really good feedback. It's been very positive. We've also got some questions. So I want to involve the panel, because as well as looking very pretty, we want to get their thoughts and insight as well. So I think I'm just going to dive in and go for the first question, which is from Sandra. So I'll say the question, and then I'll kind of address it to one of you. So the question is, how do you arrange the cultivation phase? So maybe if we start with Graham, just because you're on my screen on my right. So Graham, what do you think? How do you arrange the cultivation phase?
Helen, hi, thanks very much, and a warm welcome from my side to everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you to Louise and Dave for inspiring presentations. Cultivation is absolutely crucial, as Dave was saying, to everything we do. Now, my major experience has been in schools. Kingswood is my 7th school. I have worked a number of years in charities, but I'm speaking predominantly from a school point of view. Cultivation is continuous. It doesn't start, and in a sense, it doesn't finish. You don't spend Monday cultivating and Friday asking, and you don't only cultivate someone and then ask them and then move on. And I think back to my very short stint in life assurance, selling life assurance, where you built a relationship, you sold someone a policy, and then you were told to move on. Stop talking to that person. You've got their money, find someone else. I would rather build the relationship with that person, and you will generate another policy out of them. And I think in terms of cultivation, it's the same. We all do the same thing differently. Our schools, our charities, our organizations are very, very different. But as Dave said, it's all about relationship building. And that relationship building be different for every single person at every single situation. I've had some of my trustees on boards who've said to me, so Graham, how many people are you going to see today? How many are you going to see tomorrow? And how many gifts are you going to get? And my answer is, I have no idea. It's not just a sausage machine factory that you're working on. It's a personal relationship building. Yes, you have targets. Yes, you have processes that you need to meet, but that's where low-hanging fruit comes in. So if you can target those people who are close to the organization, who there's already a relationship, you can cultivate them in a sense quicker. I hate that word, but you can do it a bit quicker. But really, building relationships takes time, and you need to work at your donor's pace, not at your pace. Does that help, Helen?
Yeah, brilliant. So that kind of maybe leads on to the next question from Sandra, which maybe Olivia, you can try to discuss. Her question is, which actions are the ones you recommend to cultivate those relationships? So Graham talked about the need to build those relationships. What would you say would be a good action to cultivate those relationships?
Well, it's about relationship, and Dave mentioned that it's not something that shall be mechanical. We are talking human to human. It's a one-to-one relationship. You have to build trust, authenticity, and fundraising, telling stories goes through emotions, and you can connect, bring closer the people to your organization through those messages, through the stories you are going to tell. So it will depend on the person you identify in front of you, what kind of action you shall take. And listening is key in what Dave mentioned. So sometimes just sending a little WhatsApp with a picture of a video or something is already an action that will bring that person closer to your cause, to what you are doing. So I would say just start with a normal relationship and understand who is the person in front of you, and then build the trust step by step, as you would do with a friend, with a new person you encounter.
Lovely, Olivia. Leslie, do you have anything to add to that, do you think, about cultivating the relationships?
Yes, I would like to add to that in the way that I always feel that never underestimate who you're speaking to or the opportunities presented to you when you are connecting with anyone. Keep it at the back of your head that they're a potential donor and that find out all there is to find out about them, what makes them tick, what are their interests. And there's always a ripple effect. And, you know, donors will start by giving small amounts, but when there is that shared interest, it grows to bigger and better things.
Lovely. Thank you, Leslie. Arnaud, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Dave, and thank you, Louise. Both Louise and Dave talked about the post-COVID and post-COVID relationship with donors and cultivation. And I think one thing Dave said is very relevant, and it's happening with me right now with my clients. Before, during COVID situation, there was no option, it was Zoom. And since it's getting a little better, I have some clients, some prospective donors that are actually requesting an in-person meeting or lunch or coffee, and some others don't even mention it and keep going with the Zoom way of dealing. And I think it's important, like Dave said, to listen to the people we're talking to and see if they ask for in person, and if they request for in person when it is possible. And obviously, I'm talking about people that are living in your city. Traveling is another thing.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're all facing it's a difficult moment because from my own experience, you think things are opening up and then they're closing again and things keep changing. So I think it's difficult because one thing that Sandra mentions is, trying to build a relationship, and we've all agreed that the internet has allowed us to access people that we might not before, but it's always good to have face-to-face as and when you can. So Graham, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Louise. Helen, just a quick one. At Kingswood, we've found, talking to other schools, people won't want to meet in person, people won't want to get together. We've had exactly the opposite situation. We've run 13 events this term since the beginning of September, in-person events, and the bulk of the people who want to come to the events are the older generation, which everyone assumed they wouldn't want to travel. We had one in Exeter, London, and then only on Saturday in Edinburgh, we had 24 people join us in Edinburgh, and we had 18 in London. Now, these are our 70-year-old and older generation. They are very keen to get out. Yes, there are some people who couldn't join us because of concerns of COVID, and that's absolutely fine. But our experience at Kingswood is that people want to get together and meet. So where possible, as Dave said and Louise said as well, listen to the people. Don't assume everyone will want to come in, but don't equally assume that people don't want to get together. People do want to get out.
Yeah, interesting, hey? It's really interesting, different people's perspective and what the needs are, actually, that personal interaction, I think, for some people. Olivia, you can add to that?
Yeah, I wanted to add, Leslie mentioned one thing is that usually major gifts start with smaller amounts. And this happens, I have mainly a digital background, digital fundraising background. And we've seen that happen a lot in those last years, is that you can have small gifts coming from other countries, because we are also talking about international fundraising across borders. So it starts with a small gift from a country nearby. And then you identify this person as being, at the end, a major donor. So how do you move then from a communication that goes through the masses across borders, and then you build relationship into a one-to-one relationship? And this is a process that we need more and more to learn, because this is how our world is shifting now with the digital and the donations across borders.
Leslie.
Olivia, I've just been through a very exciting communication with one of our donors who regularly give year on year. But because of COVID, and unfortunately, this is a donor that has residence both in South Africa and in, one of the other countries. And because she was not able to be or in South Africa and attending any of the operas, she took it upon herself to do a fundraiser for Cape Town Opera in Germany during COVID. And the donation that's coming this year has been tenfold compared to what she donates annually, purely because she has a passion for Cape Town Opera, because she has a real connection for what it is we do. And this is why I put so much importance on just the connections I have with individuals, because one never knows where that leads to.
Absolutely. Actually, that leads on quite nicely to the next questions from Chris for relative startups. So he works for an organisation that's relatively new, and they're working hard to build up credibility. And whilst donations are coming in small amounts, they need the large donations to make greater impact. So I kind of put it to the panel, I guess, as Leslie just said, actually, large donations often come from smaller donations. So maybe Dave about the cultivation and going through the kind of stages and the lovely graphic that you showed, but maybe we can talk through about, well, how do we as a small organization then develop the major donor journey? So Arnaud, do you want to start with that one?
I'm not sure I really heard that there was a sound problem. Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry. So as a small organization, how do you begin your journey on major donor fundraising? In a nutshell.
That's a big one. Well,
yeah.
First of all, the thing with international fundraising, normally you have to be a world-class institution to go international. That might not be true for some very specific small organization that can look for donation from outside of their country. I would say the main problem, if you're a small organization and you want to start raising funds, is how much money you can invest in raising funds, and that's always the problem. We have the problem with big organizations in France who don't realize that they have to invest before they get funds, before they raise funds. So very tricky. I don't have the answer, actually.
It's that catch-22 that we're forever faced with as fundraisers, right? Convincing the investment before we get the investment. So Dave, you want to add to that?
I think obviously most of us start from scratch at some point, or we join an organization which is starting from scratch or rebuilding. I think my advice would be four key points. One is make sure you know your story. What's your case for support? What are you actually going to be articulating? That's the first thing. Second thing is make sure that your leadership are willing to be involved and can tell that same story and will play a part in telling anybody that will listen what it is that you are trying to achieve. The third one then is a bit more nitty-gritty. Look at your current donors, look at your potential prospects, and whether that generates a list of 10, 15, 20, 50 names, who are those people who have got the greatest affinity with you and have also got the capacity to support you. And once you've started with that list, then look at them as individuals and try to create a little plan for each of those people that will bring them closer to your organization. And that will be different for different people, but that's when you're starting to then draw all the things that we've said together of what are their motivations, what are they trying to achieve, are they willing to travel, will they take meetings, do they want to be on virtual. So you've got an approach that's appropriate for each of those individuals, but it's underpinned by a strong story, a leadership that's going to work with you, and you've identified those first few people, and it will grow as people start to believe in what it is that you are saying and that you deliver on the promise. then people will start to give in greater amounts, and others will start to join you, and that list of 10 to 15, 20 names will become 100 names, and you'll start to build it out over time. But when you're starting out, those key ingredients put you onto a really strong footing to have those first initial conversations about support.
Thank you, Dave. It's good to break it down, isn't it? Because it can be quite daunting when you begin, when you start. But I think it's good if you break it down to different points, and those 4 points are completely valid. Leslie, you can add to that?
Yes, I'd like to add that if at all possible, take video footage of some of the work that you do. People are not always able to be in your space at the time that you're doing exciting projects. Document that and share that, and invite people on the basis of that when they're next in your country to come and pay you a visit, or ask, open that conversation and say, when are you next visiting us? And just start the relationship. But people are always excited to see, it's one thing hearing and reading what you do, but actually seeing the impact that you make in the communities or the cause that you are heading up is quite different, because you're seeing the impact, and it's almost as though you're there.
Great tip, Leslie. And I guess if you've got video footage, Olivia, I was going to come to you next. How do you make the most use of that digitally, right?
Yeah, you do not have to have the perfect video or something like that. Just something quickly done with your smartphone is much more authentic, actually, than a super video where you pay someone to produce it super nicely. Forget about it. Just the authentic thing, a quick thing on WhatsApp, this is really, really effective. And as you mentioned, Leslie, also start the relationship with that. And then if you want to have a bigger amount in the donation, it's increasing the bond you have with your donor, coming closer to your organization, seeing your impact. And you can invite them, for example, if you're working in the South, invite them in the field. Once they have seen the video, they might be very interested to come see the projects. And once they have really seen the impact, what you are doing concretely, authentically, with the stories, with the people telling them the stories, that's when their heart is fully open, and when they want to engage with your organization more and more. And then you can start building a very long-lasting relationship with them, because they will always ask you to have some updates. What's happening in this village? What's happening there? Do you have a footage, a video, whatever, a picture? What is happening with this person? This is when the relationship is really effective at the end. And this is where you have a long-lasting, trustful, and authentic relationship with the donor.
Yeah, agreed. And video is often a lot easier to digest, I guess is what we're saying, than long paragraphs and lots of paperwork. And that's why, things like posts on Facebook and Instagram have been so popular, haven't they? Because they're just easily digestible and they get shared easily as well. So agreed, making it authentic as well is also important. Graham, have you got anything to add to that?
Just a quick one. At Kingswood, a number of our major donors are international. They are predominantly all members of our community, so alumni, current, former parents. I'm lucky I do get to travel quite extensively, or I have, not for the last 2 years. But it's not only a case of you being out there and meeting the people. In the first instance, that is ideal. But it's also then leaving a team of volunteers in the countries you visit who are able to carry on the work that you're doing. So within the schools context, I am very lucky to have a North American advisory board, an Asia Pacific advisory board, and also then a Europe, Middle East and Africa advisory board. Some of these on very early stages of growing, but the North American I've been over quite a lot with my CFR links. And they, at the end of the day, become your major advocates. I think, as Dave was saying, it's key that you're not the only person telling the story. It's your community telling the story, and it's far more impactful when the volunteer tells the story and makes that contribution and that connection. So get out there face to face in the first instance, but being able to have people out there carrying on those discussions is absolutely key. So don't forget that.
Great, really, really good points. The next question is kind of linked actually. So what's the difference between international cultivation and local or national cultivation? So when you're looking to cultivate your donors, is there a difference between how you do it internationally and how you do it locally? And for that, I'll start with Leslie.
I personally don't differentiate between international and local donors. I think where there is a shared interest in the work that we do, it's to speak to people, it's to speak to their hearts. Earlier on, it was mentioned in one of the slides that people are as choosy about spending their money or investing their money as they are about earning their money. And I think if you give them a good enough reason to invest in your organization, and they can see the impact that their money has on communities, because at the end of the day, we as nonprofit organizations are really there to strengthen our communities in whichever way, shape or form. And it's public money that we're spending, and it's for that public money to really make a difference. And if donors can see that you're really making a difference, whether they live in your country or abroad, they have a keen interest in your cause. And so it's to be relevant, it's to be transparent, it's to be it's to have empathy, and authenticity goes along with that as well. So for me, it's global donors are all in for making a difference in people's lives, and if they choose to support your organization, it really is for you to be spending their monies in the best way possible.
Yeah. I know. What do you think? Would you agree that you had the same message for international cultivation as you would for local cultivation?
I think the message might be different according to your institution or your cause, but I think the process of cultivation is the same, either locally or internationally. And it comes back to this COVID thing. I mean, the advantage of local is that if I have a French institution in Paris and donors in Paris, I can actually organize lunch and meetings in Paris. And that would be the advantage to be cultivating locally for a local organization. But the cultivation is the same process locally or internationally, to me.
Yeah. Graham, you agree?
Absolutely. I think one has to be realistic, though, that often international cultivation takes a little more work, takes a little bit longer, but it is the same process. It's relationship building. Just because they are on the other side of the world, you don't assume anything. They're not going to give to you just because they live in America and they went to your school, but they will give to you if you go out there and meet them. As I say, I'm lucky I am able to travel a certain amount, get out there and meet people. I'll never forget a governor at a previous school, when I was going out to, I think, Hong Kong for the first time, said to me, "So Graham, how much do you think you're going to raise on this trip?" I thought, oh golly, here we go again. And my simple answer was nothing. And after they'd sort of chuckled and put their false teeth back in, they said, "What do you mean?" And I explained it's a relationship building process. The school had never, ever been out to Hong Kong. We will, get together, we'll meet and that. Of course, the next time you go out, you still get together and meet, but then you speak to some people and you build relationships. So it is a process. It is a bit longer internationally, but it doesn't mean that you got to, that you sort of avoid it or not do it. Even if you can't get out there, still start building those relationships virtually and also through someone you've got out there. We've had the case where a former pupil, a former governor, has gone out on a holiday and said, "Graham, can I pop in and have a drink with anyone? Would that help?" "Yes, please, thank you." If you can, if they can meet up and be your eyes and ears out there, it makes a huge, huge difference.
Great. Actually, that leads on to another question somebody's asked. Frank's asked about what sort of preparation do you do on that first cultivation meeting? So you're flying off to Hong Kong to meet the donor for the first time. What would you recommend as good preparation before you meet with them, Graham? Just because you came up with that.
Yep. Yeah, sure. Very happy to quickly mention that. Do your research. And that's where your database becomes absolutely crucial, and your community. Well, once again, within the school, you know, a housemaster, if they're still available, you know, the headmaster, anyone who'd know them well. Get as much. You know, it's the old adage. You know, if you don't plan, you fail. If you don't, you know, if you don't, and you fail to plan.
Yeah.
So the crucial thing is do your homework. Once having done that homework, don't assume anything. So often I plan and plan and plan, and half of the stuff I've you know, planned or made notes I don't even look at. That's fine, but if you don't have the notes there and you need them, you'll be in trouble. So do your planning, but go in with an open mind, and as mentioned very, very clearly at that first meeting, zip it and listen. They will tell you what they want to find out. They will ask you questions. Your agenda is irrelevant in those first meetings, especially. It's absolutely irrelevant. Find out what their agenda. If they're meeting you for a reason. Those who don't want to meet you, those who don't care about your school, those who don't like their time, won't get together with you. If they're meeting with you, they are interested in something. Find out what it is.
Good tip. Dave, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think that there's some really good points about not rushing the process. Don't abandon best practice just because somebody's living in another country. It takes more time. You need to be sensitive to that. It was interesting when I was on the Case Philanthropy Commission for a few years, and the conversations that you often heard of people that were flying into a country, and they just seemed to abandon all that best practice, and they thought they could just fly in, ask for money and fly out, and they would be given it just because they were doing so. So don't abandon that best practice, but equally make sure that you're well versed in the cultural sensitivities of where you're going as well. That's really important, because whilst as Arnaud said, the practice translates from country to country, there are subtleties around those cultural sensitivities and differences that you do need to take account of. Some of them are very mechanical. When are the holidays? You don't go to Thailand at certain times in the year because everybody is celebrating the new year and it's different to other people's. So making sure you've got an understanding of the context in which you're working in. And as Graham said, listen and ask and probe and try to explore what it is their passion is and where it potentially aligns to what you are trying to achieve. I also really like the idea of cultivation is not just a one-person job, as we said, it's a whole team effort. Where can you get the multiplier effect of other people having an input that will move someone closer, strengthen that gift? And we did the same as Graham when our head went to recruit in London in January. We planned events and activities around that. We couldn't always get there. Because it was a free trip for us. It was already going to do something else. So looking how you can piggyback on other people's activities, I think is another good way to try to get more touch points with people overseas where you wouldn't otherwise be able to do it. But I genuinely think that more people are more willing now to use digital means to have conversations and have interactions than they would have done before the pandemic, because we were all thrown into the same boat. We all had to do the same thing, and it's become an awful lot more normal for people to do so. So that blend of what you can do, what you can get others in your organization to do, and the digital, and see that as an approach to with each individual person.
Can I add something, Ellen?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's like, I think someone mentioned before, I think it's really important to have an ally on the spot. I did actually the flight to Hong Kong in 2019, and I had the chance to have a real good colleague living in Hong Kong and helping me with the meetings I had, because yeah, the cultural thing is so important. And whether it's a board member, someone from your campaign committee, if you're on campaign, or a consultant colleague, having someone on spot, you know, helping you, being with you, is very important.
Great. This is fascinating, but I'm just conscious of time. We've actually reached our time limit already. We do have a few more questions that have come in on the chat. Thank you to everybody that's participated in the chat. It's been great. Sometimes we do these interactions and get nothing, but we've had great. So we've had lots of lots of questions and lots of comments, so really appreciate that. But I am just conscious of time and that some people might need a coffee or a nature break. So what we will do is we'll carry on the conversation. We can continue to interact on Chaplain York Connect. Please do make use of it. It's a great facility, really good platform. Connect with the speakers, connect with me, connect with the other participants. I will send the questions to the speakers and they can then interact with you and they can give their answers. Apologies that we ran out of time in this session, but we do have the brilliant Ruth O'Hanlon coming up at 10 o'clock GMT time, so in about 10 minutes. So you've got 10 minutes to quickly put the kettle on or make a cappuccino or whatever you do wherever you are. And I want to thank Dave so much for a really insightful session, for the panelists who are going to stay with us and continue this really interesting conversation. And thank you for all of your questions. I think, you know, it really makes a difference to have this interaction, to have this kind of backwards and forwards. It makes it a lot more dynamic for everybody, and to have your input is really helpful. So for now, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I shall see you all back in 9 minutes. You have quickly 9 minutes to go and do whatever you need to do, and see you here back then. So thank you to everybody. Okay, hope everybody's well refreshed. So welcome back to the next part of our IFAB event. We're going to be talking about stewardship with the lovely Ruth O'Hanlon. So Ruth joins us now. Ruth is a philanthropy executive at the China Insight Foundation and has over 20 years of professional philanthropy experience in purpose and international development organizations. She spent over 5 years living in China and Central Asia, and is a lifelong student of Mandarin Chinese, Uyghur and Russian. Ruth has led philanthropy external engagement teams in the education sector in Australia and the UK, and is currently helping a London-based think tank lay the groundwork for international major gift fundraising. We're really excited Ruth's here as our session speaker talking about stewardship. Ruth, where are you now? Are you in the UK? Are you in China? Where are you based?
Yes, I'm in the UK, 40 miles south of London in a beautiful town, spa town called Tunbridge Wells.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful. So, okay, perfect. So Ruth, over to you.
Thank you so much. I might just share my screen, if that's okay. So thank you so much, Helen, for the opportunity to be with you today and to talk about stewardship. And to kickstart the discussion, I thought that I would cover over what is stewardship, what are the hallmarks of great stewardship. We're going to look at a framework for how you might want to steward your donors, particularly those ones who are based abroad. What's changed during the pandemic? And we're going to look at a little bit of some great examples of stewardship during this time. And then we'll hand over to you for some questions and for the panel to discuss questions that you might have. So let's look very, very quickly at some definitions of stewardship. Here we go. The careful protection and responsible management of something entrusted to your care. I like this one actually because it talks about its gifts and those who give them. It's the process by which an institution cares for and protects its philanthropic support. So both the gifts and the ones who give them in a way that responds to the donor's expectations and respects the act of giving. It also refers to the systems and methods aimed at demonstrating financial accountability, expressing appreciation, and reporting on the impact of philanthropic gifts. So what is stewardship? It's conducting a relationship. We've already spoken about relationships this morning in terms of cultivation. It's bringing donors closer. It's gardening. It's not major gift fundraising in the sense of hunting. This is gardening. It's the long game, cricket. It's the long game. It's donor-centric. Now, what isn't stewardship? It isn't just having an event. It isn't just sending someone a report. It isn't really about your institution either. And actually, it isn't rocket science. So now, why does stewardship matter? Well, the work that we do as fundraisers is based on trusting, informed, communicative, mutually beneficial relationships. And a great stewardship program will enhance and build those relationships. When a donor makes a gift to an organisation, that gift kicks off a relationship, and it's a relationship built on trust. So the donor trusts that the money will be well managed, it'll be used in a way that is in keeping with their intent. And to steward that relationship and the gift is to make sure that we don't squander that trust that has been built through them giving that gift. Now, good stewardship will do what? Good stewardship will bring your donor closer to your organisation. It will foster loyalty. It will also help you to understand your donor's interests and their disinterests and their motivations and their aspirations. It'll help you to know what to ask your donors for. And it'll bring them closer so that they are, in fact, ready to be asked. So great stewardship practice, shall we say, it grows and it's built on great relationships with our donors. And so communicative, transparent, informed, caring relationships with our donors will grow our ability and our capacity to execute our mission on the planet, whatever that might be. Now, the hard thing happens, or the slightly challenging thing happens, is when we come to think about the how. How do we do this? How do we give our donors what they need to feel valued, to feel appreciated, to feel involved, to feel loved, to feel valued and seen and understood? Now, a framework I've used to build stewardship and donor relations matrices, or a program of activity, is the framework which I call the 5 languages of donor stewardship. Now, this is based on some principles from a book called The 5 Languages of Love by Dr. Gary Chapman, who's a US psychologist and a counsellor. Now, the working principle of this is that human beings give and, importantly, receive love in certain ways. And thereby they're going to feel connected, appreciated, seen, understood when they are giving and receiving love in these ways. Now, this is the basis of the 5 languages of love principle, and a donor stewardship that speaks these 5 languages of love, we might say, translated into the 5 languages of donor stewardship, is going to result in a donor who feels valued and seen and understood and loved, and they will give again and more and indefinitely, and they will know that their gift has made a difference, which is what donors wish to know. So as we look through these, you can see I've put here the 5 languages of donor stewardship. Now, let's think about how this might translate into our donors who live abroad. How can we reach out to them using these languages? Some of them, as you can see, is easy to do from abroad, but what is the most difficult thing to do from abroad? And as we think about these, think about your organisation's, what we might call stewardship or donor relations matrix, and are you touching on all of these as we go through? The thing is that, as we know, our budgets are limited. We can only do a certain number of things. We can't do everything. And sometimes you will get people further up in the chain who say, well, why did we do that thankathon and send the thank you cards? You know, do we have to do that again? That cost us a lot. You know, I don't like those cards. I just throw them in the bin. But the thing is, it's very valuable to some people. So when we think about quality time, that's about events, visits, even phone calls, so that the donor feels like you have spent some time with them and seen them and heard them. That appeals to some people. It doesn't appeal to others. There are some people you will never get along to an event. You just won't. They will never darken your door. So we've got to reach out to them in different ways. Physical touch is another language of love, we might say. People like to touch. Give your donor a hard hat tour of the new building. Bring them onto the site. Help them to meet the recipients. Shake the hand of the researcher. Look down the test tube. Come and touch the sandstone at your university. That's what people want to feel connected. Physical touch. Words of praise. Now, this is one of my favourites. I call it the grandma or the mum told me I needed to write a note principle. So this is about thanking people, particularly. Thanking people, using words like generous and thank you in your communications. People like words of praise. Now, I've got a little example here. I love these, so I'm going to read this one. This fills up my, my appreciation tank when I read something like this. This is from one of our goddaughters. Her name is Lois, and their mother does a very good job of always getting them to write a note. Now, she turned 16 the other day, and I keep this stuff, I keep this stuff forever. So she says, "Dear Auntie Ruth," she says, "thank you so much for the hand cream, chocolate, and bracelet you gave me for my birthday. You guys have such amazing taste." This is what she says to me. I love that. I've been wearing the bracelet every day, and I'm glad, insert name of school, hasn't noticed, because we're not allowed to actually wear bracelets at school. And I feel like these past couple of years have been a little crazy, and I hope we can begin to see you more regularly again soon. Love, Lois. So that makes my heart sing. I love that. I'm going to keep that forever and see what she did. She didn't mean to, but she said thank you. She told me what she's doing with the gift. She praised me, and that fills up my tank. Handwritten notes are a great way of personalizing thank you letters. They're warm and they're engaging, and they make the donor feel special. So writing a thank you note, good first start, good first step of stewardship. So storytelling, those donor reports that are can be so time consuming, but wonderful. Words on a page, that really, really appeals to some people, as well as reporting back on the impact of the gift. Acts of service. This is slightly harder to put into words. How could you do this? It goes both ways, actually. It's donors wanting to do you a service, as well as you wanting to provide them with a service that they couldn't get elsewhere. What's happened is, say, free wills in the charity sector certainly have exploded. Free wills and online wills, providing that service to people, has exploded over the last little while. Giving your donors an opportunity to serve, so those volunteer opportunities is a great idea. An estate planning seminar, or come and help us clean the gallery, we haven't been in, come in and do that. So giving them opportunity for service, as well as giving them something that they need, is good. Now, gifts is the other one that I absolutely love. Giving gifts. When I get a gift, my love tank is filled up. I don't care what it is. It's a pen, a little calendar thing, a bookmark. I don't care. Give it to me. I love those things. But we know that for many people, this is not their primary love language, and they think that you're wasting money. So should you wipe that off your budget for the next year? I would say not, because that really appeals to some people, and they feel thanked, and they feel seen and loved and appreciated. But these are, inexpensive gifts, small things, but those that mean a lot. Things that create a memory or give somebody a memory. Lucky door prizes at an event. We once ran an event that was a focus on the research into climate change. Actually, it was for our Global Change Institute at the University of Queensland, and we put on instead of like flowers, we put mini terrariums on the table, so little tiny terrariums, and we gave them away at the end of the event as lucky door prizes. And they were an absolute hit, those mini terrariums. People have still got those mini terrariums, and it's a reminder of the research. It's a reminder of what they did and what they experienced and what they learned. That's what a gift does. The other day, I received a mooncake sent to me from Hong Kong because it was Mooncake Festival. Dave talked just before about knowing the context and what's going on abroad in where your donor is. And I love that because I've travelled extensively in Hong Kong and throughout Asia. I know about the Mooncake Festival. That meant a lot to me to receive that pineapple mooncake. One of our, at SOAS, one of our key prospects at SOAS, and a donor and a man who had done many things, an African man from Nigeria, from Kano, that region. We knew he was a very significant man. What can you give a man like that as a thank you gift to a man who has everything? What we knew was that he was a massive Arsenal football club fan. So we went over, we got a scarf for him. And so he now wears that Arsenal Football Club scarf, loves it. A simple thing, but he's reminded of us. So these are the types of, this is a framework that you can use when you are thinking and planning your stewardship activity over a year. So the question is, should we do events online or virtual? Should we do that? How often? Who do we invite? Do we really need that takeaway kind of goodie bag? I think we do. Do we need to do the thankathon writing? Is it worth us actually making sure that that thank you note goes out within 24 hours of receiving the gift? Yes, it's important. A free will service, do we want to invest in that? So not everyone will want everything, but if you're doing it all at the different levels of donors over the year, if you've covered all the languages, all the bases, then you will be doing a lot. Now, there's an awful lot we can do from abroad, and even more, I think, now with the huge increase in digital options. So when physical distance is an issue, what can we do? Now, visit, this is back in the old days, but let's think about how this translates into the now. Visit and visit often. Donors who are based abroad, often, I'm not saying this is completely the case in every single culture, but that face-to-face, that in-person socializing is really important. And it's going often to those places, visiting often. You'll usually need to meet with somebody, I mean, in terms of cultivation, certainly 3-4 times before you will really be able to have that discussion. And following up with them is really important too. So visiting, checking in, Zoom calls. We might not be able to travel as much as we used to, but neither can anybody. So we've got to, do a quick hello Zoom, checking in, and we must, it's going to be difficult to negotiate this going forward, I think, but nothing will really replace the in-person frequent visit. But the organisations that have managed to pivot towards doing calls on Zoom and electronically have succeeded. I think this is also the next one. I think this has also been mentioned in terms of cultivation, but who are our people in the region? If you can't go, then who are our local alumni ambassadors or our local trustees or our local senior people who could do those check-in stewardship visits, not asking them to do an ask, but, then who is, say, traveling staff? Who are academics who are going to be traveling in the region? This is not a lone sport, is it? it is using other people or asking other people to share the load of that. Newsletters and reports, of course, this is where distance is really not an issue, because sending reports and newsletters on a mass scale and an individual scale has just become so much easier. Digital media makes that possible. Photos and videos. Now, again, the CEO of a major hospital foundation that I was speaking to the other day told me that she had developed the habit of getting her researchers to basically speak into the phone, 5-second message, hello, thank you so much. And she would then forward that video to the donor. So that's a live, real, in-person, personalized, and it doesn't take very long. It takes a little bit of organization and getting people to do stuff, but that's really been nice. Now, I've put here context and cultural nuance, as we heard in the last session. Think about where your donors are and what's going on, what's important to them at the moment. Is it Diwali? You know, that happened just last week. Is it Yom Kippur? Is it the Lunar New Year? Is it Ramadan? Is everyone not eating during Ramadan? Let's think about that when we travel and when we think about what we're going to send people. Is it appropriate to send a Chinese Lunar New Year card, for example? And also, in what places is it more or less important to give recognition by name and to honour to donors? And what does that look like in Hong Kong, for example? What are people concerned about in those places? That's what we have to think about. So now, what happened during the pandemic? What did we see in the pandemic, and what did we learn? I hope that the panel will talk about this a little bit further, because, you know, we're all in the same, we might not be in the same boat, but we've all been in the same storm, haven't we? So the pandemic has been and continues to be in many parts of the world a time when all donors, no matter where they were located in the world, were suddenly at a physical distance, and we couldn't bring them closer physically. And we had to turn our stewardship plans on their heads and get creative. And I noticed that something that happened right before the pandemic hit in the UK, a topic of discussion against some development directors about campaigns was, oh, do we really need to do an event? Do we really need to do these very, very expensive events and get people in the same building? Have we moved past that, was the question. Is it, others were talking about like gala dinner fatigue. Now there is really a split down the middle when it comes to these things. Some want to be back in the room with a crowd of people, and they want to be taking canapes off the same tray as 250 other people. They do want to be doing that. And some really don't. So some countries have vaccination passports. They have track and trace services still in place. I think it's going to be a while before we really know how to do those in-person events again and make them work for us. So what else has happened during the pandemic? Now, digital, I call this digital goes mainstream. Every part of fundraising has gone digital. Identification of donors, cultivation, solicitation, stewardship has gone digital, virtual, and from a distance. Our ability to connect personally and authentically took to the virtual spaces during this time. Digital communications took us right into people's backyards and bookcases and living rooms. So it has enabled a personalization or an insight into people's lives that we didn't actually have before. And that is a good thing. Digital goes mainstream. How wonderful was it to be able to see and experience concerts, live streamed concerts? It wouldn't have been, the National Theatre started doing live streaming. I mean, how wonderful. And there are opportunities to steward and to cultivate. You know, there are many, many things that remain personal that we, you know, started to do from our living rooms. We tried to conduct relationships, though, without being present and without being able to hug and touch. What I said, what I put this one here, that's one of the many, many online will services that you can now use. Here's a fantastic one. Our memories, are stored in cyberspace. Our memories are in the cloud. Look at this one. My dad died 3 years ago, but on Google Maps, he's still doing some gardening, which he loved. I love that. But this says, how are we now being authentic and reaching out to people? What can we give people? But of course, the problem is, that not everything can be done digitally, can it? Digital staring through a screen is two-dimensional at best. Like, this dog can't round up the sheep through a screen. And what is a two-dimensional relationship worth? We can use our eyes and ears, but how do people know if it's real? Humans like to touch and taste and smell and see and hear. We like to touch things. So I thought that was a great cartoon. Now, because humans are, and relationships are sensory, and they're multidimensional, and they're not rumor. I wonder if you have heard this saying from a tribe in Indonesia, and that is, knowledge is only rumor until it enters muscle and bone. Knowledge that something is real and trustworthy, like, did the charity receive my money and did they spend it on what they said they would? Right, that is only a rumor. It's an unverified account until you can perceive it to be true with your senses, your physical body. So I've heard that a rose has a heavenly aroma, but I won't know that until I smell it. So this is the types of things that we're dealing with when it comes to digital. Now, here's a quote from Seth Godin, who's a writer and a thinker in this space, from 2010. So when the digital ramps up, we start to actually rely on the familiar and the trusted and the personal. What this says to me is that as the digital world has come to dominate every aspect of our lives, including fundraising, so has the human desire to have real, trustworthy and lasting connections to people and place. So our jobs, I think, in the coming years will be to continue to find creative ways to bring donors closer, create and maintain authentic and life-giving connection, show the impact of gifts, and show them the love and appreciation for all they do for the planet, its peoples and creatures and endeavours. So let's have a look, finally, at some examples of stewardship and donor relations done well over the course of the pandemic, where distance did not prevent the human and personal touch. So I'm loving the University of Queensland at the moment, as you can tell. So because of you, this was an impact report that was sent out, and you got to do 3 things. You came to your email. Because of it, you could look at your 2020 endowment report. You could look at the 2020 recipient of your gift, and you could click there to receive a printed copy. Now, I not only received that one, but for example, I also got the paper report. Here it is. So donors got the electronic version, and they also got the paper one, which you can touch and feel, and you can see. Now, I got that in the UK. I don't know what that cost, but I'm glad I got it. Let's go down. Another, the Royal Academy of Music did a fantastic event for its Legacy Society. Last year, they sent out monogram biscuits in a tea bag and then had an event online so people could eat the biscuit and drink the cup of tea at the same time as each other, thereby creating a memory. It was a message of, we want to be with you, but we can't. We want to spend time with you, but we can't do that in person, but let's do it like this, and here's a lovely gift. The Jacaranda Society is the University of Queensland's Legacy Society. What they did was we know you're all in lockdown, and what have you got? You know, you're all in lockdown. You've got time on your hands. We're going to send you a jigsaw puzzle so that you've got something to do. So you got a gift, you got something to do while you're all in lockdown, and they had an online event as well at that time. We're thinking about you is what that said. The other thing that has just come back into fore in the last little while is the telephone. So the number of schools and universities and organisations that basically said, we're just going to give you a call, see how you are, just checking in, and people have really seemed to appreciate that. So going back old school, pick up the phone. You know, particularly when people are home alone, it's been great. The older generations were slightly flummoxed by Zoom, didn't really know how to do that particularly well, but the phone works. The phone works. Pick up the phone. One university I used to work for said they arranged phone calls between donors, the scholarship recipients, and a trustee who was willing to give their time to just get on the phone and have a conference call with the donor. And one of the donors said it was the best and most meaningful conversations they'd had in 15 years of giving to the university. So the phone is good. So hallmarks of great stewardship: donors who feel valued and seen and understood, and institutions that thank, communicate, recognise, report back, care, close the distance, and importantly, institutions that can count on donors, especially during tough times. Now we're going to go to the panel. I'm going to stop sharing, go to the panel and have a bit of a discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ruth. That's really excellent. I love the bit about 5 languages of love. I think that's something to take out of it, because you kind of separate professional life and personal life, and I think that this kind of encompasses both. Actually, it's something that we can all learn from you know, from taking bits of applying it to both kind of personal and professional lives. So again, we've had really good input from people and lots of chat going on. So one question, the first question that we want to kind of address is from Sandra, and Sandra asks, when does the stewardship journey end and the donor recognition program begin? So when is that transition from the stewardship journey, and when does the recognition program begin? I want to put that to the panelists and give Ruth a little bit of a break for a minute. Is anybody happy to take that first, or do I pick on somebody? Graham, off you go.
Yeah, happy to reply. I mean, in my view, it's pretty seamless. It's a bit like the cultivation phase. You are continually stewarding your donors, and you also are continually thanking them. And by thanking, you continue to steward. So I see it as a continual process, and it's something, you know, cultivating. I know one's to become a donor, one's when you're a donor, but a person who gives will hopefully give again. So in a sense, you're recultivating, you're re-stewarding, you continue to thank. It is a seamless, continuous process. And it goes back to that very first point that Louise made about relationship building. It is all about relationships. Some people do not want to be stewarded on a daily basis. Other people want to be stewarded very, very regularly. And as you get to know them, you know, there's a fine line between junk mail and keeping in touch. And I'll never forget my first visit down to New Zealand. We had a small dinner, this is 15 years ago, small dinner in Wellington. And I was then going on up to Auckland to stay with one of our old boys. And at the dinner, as I always do, I gave them each a very small little gift just to say thank you. And I'm sure we'll talk about that later. I then jumped on the train. I went and stayed with him, and he said to me, he said, "Graham, you're very clever." And that's not a good sign when someone says that to you. I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "By giving the small gift and the dinner, which we didn't charge them for, you have created an expectation for me to give," because he wasn't a donor, he was just an alumni. "You've created an expectation for me to give you something." I said, "Oh, I hope I haven't offended you." And he said, "Absolutely not." So you always say thank you before you ask, don't you? And that's the process through. So to me, it is seamless, but depending on the relationship, there might be a an amount of seamlessness that flows from each person.
That's a good point. Yeah, raising that expectation, I guess, and kind of raising the bar, I suppose. Arno, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, well, I think it's really linked, and sometimes I think stewardship is essentially about impact, you know, telling your donor how his gift or her gift has made a big impact, and sometimes in you know, showing the impact, you're actually both in the stewardship and the recognition. Like for some of my clients, like international NGOs, again, before COVID, we used to do like what we call field trips, where we would take donors or campaign committee members on site in countries in the developing world. Like the last one was in Cambodia. And you know, it was about showing them the impact of their gift, but it was also a way of, in a way, of saying thank you and you know, recognizing their gift. So I think it's yeah, it's very much linked.
Yeah, definitely. And Leslie, can you expand on that?
That it's seamless in the way that it's just a natural, you know, progression, and really is quite up to the individual. I don't think there's a blanket approach. I think you will know that instinctively when you're engaging with that donor, and it's really, you know, getting to know who your audience is, who your donors are, and what really makes them tick. And I think it's very different to people in various countries, but at the same time, it's all economy based as well. And what the challenges are in those countries at the time. And certainly the pandemic has shed a different light on those issues. But I think when you have a sound relationship, you'll know when that transgression takes place and when it moves from donor level to stewardship.
Yeah, I guess because you've built that relationship, so you get to know the person. These are just people at the end of the day, aren't they? You know, and you get to know them and you get to understand how they think. So good valid points. And the next question actually is one for Olivia. And the question is from Sylvie, and she's asked, have you found that some donors are more inclined to embrace a decent proportion of digital in the stewardship journey? And if so, what would their typical profile or characteristics be? So I guess she's asking, are there certain donors that are more adapted to or open to digital stewardship than others? That's to Olivia.
Yeah, I would link that immediately to the pandemic that we lived, because we had to shift to digital, and stewardship also had to move to digital. And I've been surprised to see actually how we can connect with major donors through digital. So I wouldn't say there's a clear profile currently. That would have been true in the past probably, but we all needed to adapt. So currently this is something we can all do. And the pandemic was a great opportunity actually to build a really trustful relationship, to show that we are responsible donors of responsible guardians of donors' assets, because you can then build trust, be transparent. You've mentioned, Ruth, transparency. We had problems with projects in the field. We needed to reschedule everything. We couldn't implement many aspects of what programs we were discussing and negotiating with the donors. So this was the opportunity to actually say, hey, there's a pandemic, we have problems, and then update them regularly. And I've seen donors coming back and back and back asking, what's the update? Because they were worried of what was happening in the field. And they were totally open to have a calendar when you say, okay, it's going to be implemented in 1 or 2 years only. They were really worried of what's happening with your beneficiaries. So it's about being responsible of those donations, being accountable and build trust. And this was actually an opportunity to do it through digital channels. So I hope.
Yeah, I think it's setting that expectation as well, isn't it? And just keeping people informed and just kind of being transparent as well. It goes back to that transparency that we talked about before. Ruth, do you have anything to add to that? Oh, you're on mute.
I think that Olivia has said it very well. Before, it seemed to be just, the young people who loved the digital, but now that's changed. We've moved, and I don't think we're going back. We're not going back. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree. Actually, it's moved on to, it's the expectation. Everybody understands it is kind of loosest, but everybody has a knowledge about, Zoom and WhatsApp and using the tech and understanding it. And I think it's setting that expectation, isn't it, for the donors and and then I think it's quite it's kind of pushed a lot of organizations on to developing their stewardship to have that kind of online experience. Was before it was really quite traditional in a lot of areas.
That's right. And I think in all these things, we can't be Luddites. We need to say it's a both and world. It's not an either or. The balance has just shifted. So we still need to do those paper things. We need to still do the things that we did before. And this is about know your donor, isn't it? What makes sense to them? What speaks to them? We need to know our donors. This is an opportunity to get to know our donors better and figure out what makes sense to them in terms of transparency and what are they using. But the mass stuff, we've gone digital now.
Yeah, agreed. Actually, that leads me into the next question from Kristen. And again, this is to everybody. She says that they work with marginalised populations and they don't have, so sometimes it's not really appropriate to have direct contact with major donors or to have that sort of type of exposure. So really, to the panel, what would you suggest as an alternative to creating the impact that's necessary to tell the story? And maybe I'll put that to anybody that wants to take that on first. No. Maybe I'll put that to Graham first.
I didn't put my hand up because in schools it's probably less relevant. The previous question in terms of, yes, digital will play a part. I'm a bit of a jump in the car and go and do something rather than pick up the phone. So I'm a bit of the opposite to Olivia, even though digital is forming more of a part. And we've had some fantastic Zoom events and my board meetings, of course, I get everyone joining, whereas in-person board events, I don't get everyone joining. So there are pros and cons both ways. My takeaway in the future is I will have at least one in-person board meeting a year, and I'll have at least one digital board meeting a year, and the other one, well, we'll see how it goes. But I think, yes, where you can't get out and see people, it's a case of being creative. We spoke earlier about the opportunity to bring in others within the organization, or others within your wider family to operate on your behalf, to connect on your behalf. That might be a way, but it's back to the case of knowing your audience, knowing your community.
Yeah, I think that's the key, isn't it? Oh no, have you got any thoughts on making impact and telling the story when it's involving a sensitive subject?
I'm not sure I have a specific example. I just want to go back to this thing with events and stewardship and recognition. I have an example of an interesting example. I work for the Château de Versailles Castle, like probably everybody knows. And they have a beautiful little opera inside the castle. And the development director called me like 3 weeks ago, and he said, well, we have some kind of window of opportunity now in France because the COVID is not happening too much. The virus is not too active. So I want to create this event in the Versailles Opera for our major donors. And we want to do it within 3 weeks because we don't know what's going to happen in 4 weeks. with the virus. And he actually did it, and it's on Thursday, and I'm going the day after tomorrow, and it's a big success. Like most of the major donors in France will participate. Some will even travel from Germany and the UK to participate. Obviously, people will be wearing masks and one seat in between each group and stuff. But yeah, you have sometimes also in this pandemic, you have to be quick and creative and innovative, and that's what they did, and they did well.
Yeah, I think one of the upshots of this situation is that it's forced people's hands, a lot of organizations, to be creative and innovative, and things that you might not have thought of before. We do have a question from Sharon about advisory boards, but I'm just conscious of the time. We only have really 5 minutes left, and I think that's a bigger discussion. So Sharon, we're not passing it over. We're just going to put it on the CMY Connect to re-look at that. But another question that's come in from, I can't see, I'm sorry, I can't see your name, but they have a colleague that they would like to sorry, I have a colleague in a different country with a donor in that country. What would you briefly suggest or advise that they cover when they talk to the donor in your absence? So she can't be there to meet the donor, but she has a colleague in that country that's meeting the donor. So what would your words of advice be? And I'm just conscious we've only got a few minutes left to discuss this. I'll put that to Leslie.
I've been in a similar situation and grabbed the opportunity with both hands. I think if there's anyone that is keen to, that has your organization's interest at heart, and I'm hoping that the colleague that she's referring to is as up to date and in tune with what her organization is about, that she can have the narrative as clear as daylight to be able to convey that to the donor. But wouldn't it be nice to have tea with the donor and see and start that relationship, just to see where it is she or he is at, and perhaps this could be the start of growing something bigger and better. Right now, our organization has a UK Friends of Cape Town Opera, which is a group of people based in the UK that love Cape Town Opera. They are swellers. They reside both in Cape Town and in London. And so they spend the summers here and enjoy our operas. But we've engaged with them and got them to a point where they really love the work that we do and the impact we have in our communities here in South Africa. But the fact that they're based in the UK makes absolutely no difference. We're in constant contact with them. We, when allowed, prior to the pandemic, we go over and we do concerts for them and their friends. And so we've swelled the pool of support in the UK, and we've always tagged that onto other international performances. So it doesn't cost us much more than, the cost of us just having the event in London, because we would tag the flight cost onto an international performance. And so start small, but always have the bigger picture and the big goal in mind, that you're there to start a following and a group of people that will love and support your organization.
Great. Thank you, Leslie. That was a question from Hannah. I've seen your name now, so thank you for that. We've reached the end of our time. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you to Ruth for really interesting, insightful discussion on stewardship. Again, we're going to take another 10-minute break. So we're going to be back again at, it would be 11 o'clock UK time, so GMT, where we're going to be joined by Valentina, and she's going to be talking about prospecting. So please do come back in about 10 minutes. So again, you've got another nature break, go and make another coffee. All the questions, like I say, will be on Chaplain York Connect. So if we didn't get around to doing your questions, don't worry about it, or don't be too concerned, because we will be addressing them on CMY Connect. So please do go there. And Yeah, I shall see you back here in about 10 minutes. Thank you to everybody, and thank you to Ruth for a really interesting session. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the next session, and we're really delighted to welcome Valentina Guerrini. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. To talk to us about prospect research. Valentina is a senior director of the philanthropy division at WealthX, covering the commercial activities for higher education and not-for-profit sectors in the EMEA and APAC areas. For 5 years, Valentina has grown and managed the WealthX philanthropy client base in these regions, supporting and developing teams on evolving their strategies to identify, attract, engage, and cultivate affluent donors through targeted wealth intelligence. Prior to joining WealthX, Valentina worked as an event manager, so she knows it from that side too, for a global event agency in London, and it focused on organising fundraising events and charity galas and top-tier private events for affluent individuals. So I guess it gave a good insight into this charity world of fundraising with wealthy donors. We're very thrilled to welcome Valentina as our next speaker at the IFAB 2021. Quick introduction. So Valentina, it's over to you. Oh, I've got a quick introduction as well. We've got a quick video to show about WealthX and to explain a little bit more about what WealthX does. And then Valentina can lead us the way.
When it comes to doing business with the world's wealthiest people, traditional engagement strategies fall short. Wealthy individuals have distinct preferences for how they want to invest, donate, and spend their resources, so it takes a tailored approach to connect with them. WealthX data helps you create an informed strategy for success. WealthX has developed the world's largest database of wealthy individuals, built and maintained by our global research team. We provide in-depth intelligence to help you gain a thorough understanding of your wealthy clients, donors, and prospects. WealthX empowers you to uncover and identify target individuals, understand their complete profile, from wealth analysis to interests and passions, as well as a map of their personal network, and build an effective engagement strategy that will make a connection with them. From nonprofits and higher education, to financial services, to those specializing in luxury items like yachts, jewelry, and more, WealthX will help you maximize your relationships with the wealthy. Contact us today to schedule your personalized demo.
Lovely video.
I've actually never seen that video. It was quite interesting.
Really? Yeah, it's a really nice one. Thank you for sharing. So, Valentina, it's over to you if you want to take the floor.
Thank you, Helen. And hello, everyone. Just confirming you can see my slides here today. Brilliant. I'm actually based today, I'm in the US, and so it's a little bit dark at the moment. So I hope you don't mind. I put a digital background with a bit of fake sunlight coming in. But I'm normally based in London and work with all our philanthropy and education clients in Europe and in Asia. And today, other than talking about what is the research that WealthX conducts on affluent individuals, I really want to showcase a few case studies of how our clients or organizations use this research for different types of techniques, whether it's building your major donor strategy from the ground up or growing and expanding your reach. And so let's start by who am I? Helen, thank you for that introduction. So it covers mostly everything. I've been at WealthX for now 5 years, based in Europe, and I find this so interesting because the cultural, the way of giving and the affluent space is dramatically changed in the next 5 years, and we're expecting a huge transformation, especially in the next few years, going from Europe all the way to Asia. So it's very interesting. Interesting sector to follow. When we talk about affluent individuals, we classify them in 3 tiers. Everyone has their own definition, but just so you know what these symbols mean at WealthX, for us, we talk about the ultra high net worth population, anyone with a net worth above 30 million. Of course, in that, the very top of the pyramid are the billionaires. They're about close to 3,000 billionaires in the world and close to 300,000 ultra high net worth individuals. And that is the WealthX target, who we want to identify. And then we move it down to the very high net worth sector pillar, which is those individuals having a net worth between 5 and 29 million. Most charities, I have to say, focus on this area, the very high net worth. It's quite interesting. Just because someone has a lot of wealth doesn't necessarily mean that they're generous, but generally speaking, it's good to have a lot of diversification, both in terms of capacity of these affluent individuals, and so have a very good understanding of who's within your network or within your prospecting reach. The uniqueness of, or the beauty of this data is the fact that it is international. And I really want to strengthen or highlight this fact because these individuals are international. Now, every organization, maybe some have more of a local effort or engage their local communities of affluent individuals. Others might have an international reach, but in any case, these individuals tend to have a lot of properties in different parts of the world, connect with different businesses in different parts of the world. So it's important to have the knowledge and the language expertise to be able to uncover everything that we can find on these individuals. And so how do we do that? We're very lucky to have this big team of analysts, 160 researchers. All they do from all day is researching who these individuals are, what makes them tick, what their interests are. And I loved coming after the stewardship session because all I could hear, everything we talked about was personalization, knowing the individual you have in front. The major donor strategy is not one solution fits all. You have to tweak your strategy with the person that you have in front. And the research allows you to be prepared, do some homework, and understand who is that person, both from a capacity perspective, what their wealth might be. And so we do a full net worth analysis, understanding not just only their net worth, but really practically, what is their liquidity? And that can help you understand their propensity to give to a certain level. You mix that with potentially their philanthropic history. That gives you affinity. What type of causes have they supported? Are they passionate about conservation, or are they passionate about arts and culture? Really allowing you to be more focused in your efforts, having more of a targeted approach towards affluent individuals is imperative because we don't have unlimited resources, unlimited time. And so this really helps you navigate your prospect pipeline and build that prospect pipeline. So with this type of research, we look at open source intelligence. That is not just Google, of course. There's 1,000 different sources that we use, relying on real estate data, company data, donation databases, whatever we can find to build what we call the WealthX dossier. That includes information on net worth, philanthropic history, interest, passion, and hobbies, the family of the individual. That can help you understand the engagement strategy or the growth with a certain relationship within the family. You also want to understand the networks, who knows who and who do they know, and we will talk about that as well. And so the fact of doing this desk research in a world where it's all automated and all artificial intelligence is imperative to provide quality over quantity. In the world of affluent, in the space of affluent individuals, it's about vetted, qualified prospects that you can start engaging rather than trying, thousands or hundreds of different names. I want to share a few slides as to where are we now in the ultra high net worth space. This has definitely been 2 challenging years from an economic perspective, of course. And there are some markets that has suffered more than others, especially in the space of the high net worth individuals. But in the contents of Europe, for example, we did see a bit of a decline combined with everything that's been going on with Brexit, with the pandemic. A lot of the affluent individuals have made their fortune in customer-facing industries, in tourism and hospitality. So there has been a bit of a decline compared to other markets such as the US and in Asia. However, and you can see this in this slide here. This is all coming from our World Ultra Wealth Report. We publish it every year and it's free to download on our website if you're interested in statistics on the affluent individuals. And we also have some zone-in research briefs in certain markets as well. We can see here in terms of the countries, Germany and France have lost quite a considerable amount of percentage in terms of affluent individuals and their wealth, and as well as United Kingdom because of Brexit and the pandemic combined. However, it's not all bad, and let me share why. The affluent individuals, although they have lost some wealth, the ones that have not lost their wealth actually made more during this period. On top of that, what has really been changing is the culture of giving. Individuals are much more philanthropic. There is much more of an awareness of the inequalities between different type of individuals within the population. There's also a growing awareness of the environmental and social issues across the globe. And I think now the conference in Glasgow is a great example. And so whilst we look at the interest of the individuals and where their primary roles are, you can see number one is, of course, banking and finance. Number two, business and consumer services. We have real estate, hospitality, and the philanthropy space, either roles as board members or trustees. It's number 5, so one of the top 5. And although wealth is declining in some countries, the donations are increasing. We've registered over $73 billion donated to philanthropic causes around the world. So it's rapidly, and I think that's an increase of 16% over the last 2 years. So it's not all bad news. Keep doing what you're doing, keep engaging these individuals, because there is a lot of potential, not just from a donation perspective, but also from an influence and network referral perspective. And we'll look at that as well. Let's talk about future trends. Some of these elements I've heard in the previous session, but there is an evolution of the way to engage an affluent individual and philanthropic giving. We hear so much talking about innovative financial instruments. We hear a lot about the high net worth individuals wanting to be involved in how they give and shaping that gift. We also have larger expectation of the give back, the pledge initiated by the billionaires in the US. Is probably a great example of that, and a lot of other billionaires, ultra high net worth and very high net worth, are following suit. So with great wealth comes great responsibility, and so there's more individuals giving back, but also the next generations, millennials, especially in the world of digital, as we are now. We mentioned that before as well. Millennials are extremely digital. They understand the importance of being socially active. They are not just there from a donation perspective, they're advocators, they're ambassadors. So how, as an organization, how can I prepare for that? How can I welcome this new type of philanthropy and maximize the impact that I can have from these type of engagements? And then we talk a lot about impact. Now, for a lot of, it's not always easy for organizations to show impact, but it's becoming increasingly important for affluent individuals as the competition for gifts is increasing. The ones that can build a strong personalized connections, the ones that can actually show an impact and show where that donation is going towards, really allow themselves to set up themselves for great success and for building long-term relationships, long-lasting relationships. So we could talk a little bit about that as well. Now, these are buzzwords in the world of research. You probably already seen a few, but where and why is research needed? So with each organization, there's different priorities, there's different strengths and different weaknesses. With some, we focus on prospect research. They might already know who are the individuals they want to target. They might know them as maybe dormant in their database. They might know them through connections, but they don't really know who these people are. They know they have capacity, but as we mentioned before, capacity is just the first thing. There's just so much more that we have to uncover. And because resources and time are always scarce, we want to focus on the best prospects. So prospect research allows you to qualify a prospect, to give information on their philanthropic history, on their motivations, on their interest, passion, and hobbies. It allows you to understand what the best engagement strategy would be. We said it before, you cannot have the same strategy for all. You have to personalize that. So how can I engage with this individual? Is it going through the foundation? Is it going through a foundation where this individual is a trustee or a member of the board? Or is it maybe going through an introducer? Understanding what are the best ways to get in front of this individual. And this is particularly true for charities that are looking to find new potential prospects. But also prospect research helps you, apart from the cultivation, also in the ask, what amount is the right amount? Now, research will never replace a one-on-one conversation that you will have with these donors. But research allows you to understand what elements to push on, what elements to avoid, and really how to stir the conversation in the direction you want it to head. So it's just about being prepared before these connections. Then the second aspect is network mapping. This is the buzzword of the pandemic. In a world where we couldn't do events, it was hard to connect with individuals. How could I get in front of them in a digital space? And so knowing who they're connected to, knowing what we call the gatekeepers, the service providers, is a winning strategy for a lot of organizations to establish that connection. But also think about your existing network as an organization, as a university, as a school. How can I grow my reach by leveraging this network? And it's not just about asking an introduction. Can you introduce me to someone that could potentially be interested in this? It's about knowing who they're connected to, knowing the passions and motivations of the people within the second degree network, and having a targeted approach to that ask. I know you've met this person, or you've been on the same board of this organization. I read it through this article on this newspaper. How interesting. And we're doing an event, and I see that this person is also passionate about this cause. How about inviting them as well? And I can see that I also know that their family is in certain type of philanthropy. It could be a family philanthropic journey. How about we target the whole family or the younger generations, whatever it might be, knowing what your strategy is with each individual. And of course, in the setting of event, so I come from an event background. We used to do events where we were inviting people just based on wealth and potentially individuals that could donate and could bid high in the auction prizes. But now it's about sitting people that know each other at the same table, sitting ambassadors and very passionate donors with prospects that you're trying to cultivate. So making those connections happen for higher success. Then, of course, we talked about prospecting. Prospecting, I still hear today some organizations that target the top 100 wealthy people in their country. Wealth is, of course, one factor, but we want to go beyond what is just wealth. So finding those individuals that have an affinity to the cause, that have recently donated to similar organizations or have a lifetime giving towards a specific type of cause. It's a matchmaking service, really, about finding the right individuals for that project, but also the ones that want to be maybe involved. If you're looking for members of an advisory board, if you're looking for individuals that could become an ambassador level, knowing who you want to target and how to build that relationship. And then, of course, knowing about their propensity to give to a certain cause, knowing about the amounts, and knowing about the linkage to your network. So these are the three aspects that we look at to qualify a good prospect. Some could be existing in your database as well. It doesn't have to be external. There's different techniques. And then I added this last section, which is becoming increasingly important, which is due diligence research. And I will be curious to see if this is a buzzword or something that individuals in the audience look at, but diligence is growing massively. Organizations are refining their gift acceptance policy. And it's something that I really invite you to think ahead of time, rather than a donation comes in and you might not know, should I accept it? I'm not really sure about the background of this individual. it's balancing out between the risk and the opportunity, but it's important that as an organization, you have a system, ethos about what type of donations you accept, from who, and which areas are a big no-no. So reputation, protecting your reputation, and diligence research helps you do that. We look at sanctions, we look at how are they with their CSR practices within their companies. Are there any politically exposed individuals within their networks? And this is particularly tricky for individuals from China, Russia, Nigeria. So just protecting yourself as an organization with this type of research. And finally, why do we do research? We want to move from a reactive model to a proactive model. Reactive meaning the opportunities come to you, which is not as easy, but it does happen. You might get some major gifts or middle gifts, and you work on cultivating those relationships. We want to move to a proactive model where you know ahead of time who you want to target, build that connection, and really apply proactive ethos to all the steps of the major donor cycle, from identification all the way to stewardship. Now let's look at 3 case studies. So curious to see as well, and feel free to ask any questions and share what you've been doing within your organization. But curious to understand where you're at with this major gifts. For some organizations, they've either been doing it for a while or they're starting now. Database qualification is where we always begin, because if someone has donated or is in your alumni network, of course, in the case of a university or school, it's so much easier to target these individuals because you already know that there is a link. In the case of a charity, they've already donated, they're already moved by the cause, but they might have not donated high. Very rarely someone starts with a major gift. It's a build-up. They test different organizations, and only the ones that really build a strong personal connection, then you can succeed and receive that big gift. So in the case of, in this first case, a local NGO, so no international fundraising, extremely local, they wanted to move from a reactive way where they were just upgrading or trying to upgrade the middle donors. And again, just because someone is a middle donor doesn't necessarily mean that they have the capacity to become a major. And we stepped in, we screened the database, so we matched their database with ours, and we identified a wide pool of affluent individuals that were giving for the last 3 years, but very small gifts. We then stepped in again and re-qualified that list. Let's say we found 200 affluent individuals. Remember, we're not in the business of quantity, we're in the business of quality here. Out of these 200, who are the best prospects that I should focus my time and energy? Those are the ones that have been engaging with the organization the longest. Maybe the ones that have had a donation that have been increasing over the years. Maybe the ones that had one degree of separation to members of your board or to your leadership team, whatever it might be. Those are, again, applying affinity, capacity, and linkage. We requalified that list, and we want to focus on maybe top 10, top 50 highly qualified individuals. And that is combining a screening of the database, qualification of the database, with additional analysis after that on the giving history or on the philanthropic history and linkage of these individuals. Another case study. We had an organization, a UN agency, that didn't have a database. Fundraising with affluent individuals was completely new. They set up a foundation to do so. And we started off saying, who should we target? Now, again, we don't want to go to the richest people of them all. We want to go to the best highly qualified individuals. So what makes an individual qualify? Individuals that have donated to similar causes, individuals that have a propensity to donate at a high gift level. Are you looking for a 5, a 6, a 7-figure gift? We then combined it with individuals that were already indirectly connected with the organization, maybe via a certain contact, a certain foundation, whatever it might be. So we have the ability of adding different types of keywords to be able to build a targeted prospect pipeline of affluent individuals. So this is traditional 101 prospecting. You can see here an example of a search that we've done on our platform, being able to look for individuals that had ties to conservation, climate change, individuals that have more than 5 million. And I wanted to target those specifically that had a private foundation. And this is another interesting point. The lines between individual, corporate, and foundation philanthropy can be blurred. The value of building or growing a major gift strategy is not just for the one-on-one donation and the relationship that you can build, is, as we said before, the influence that these individuals can have in other areas of fundraising, such as going into the foundation world or connecting you with companies for corporate donations as well. So it's also important to be able to always cross-check your strengths as an organization with all these different pillars. And then you can, of course, restrict it geographically. So individuals within Europe, Southeast Asia, or individuals in a particular city, if you're traveling to that city. So really being able to have much more of a focused approach. We then look at the case study of network mapping. I have quite a few of these ones. I'm just going to mention two. One was a university that had done pretty well with major gifts in the UK, and they had they wanted to start reaching out to individuals or networks in the Middle East. They've seen that there was a lot of potential there, but they didn't really know where to start from. What we've done is we looked at their alumni base, and then we looked at individuals within the Middle East that were quite philanthropic in certain type of causes in education. They were doing a lot on research and medical research, so looking at that as well. And then we cross-referenced the individuals that we found in the Middle East and highlighted the ones that were connected directly or indirectly by 1 or 2 degrees of separation to their alumni. So they created a network of volunteers, of alumni, to help them reach these new audience. So that is a way of thinking about it. But then you can see here, I mentioned corporate partners and foundations. Again, the lines are blurred between these different spheres. So being able to find a way in via the strengths that you have within these sectors. And at the top right corner is an example of a network mapping. We call it a relationship graph that we build. So who does this person know that is affluent? What levels of affluence do they have? Are they billionaires, ultra high net worth, very high net worth? And the key here is also about understanding who are your powerhouses within your network, your ambassadors. You can create an advisory board. I saw a question on advisory boards as well. The crucial aspect of creating advisory boards is to set up expectations and be straight from the beginning as to what their roles are. And instead of, again, asking for opening up of networks, it could be so much more targeted and say, we need to connect with this person. We see you are both in that same board. How about we make it happen during the next trip? Just making sure that you can move the conversation in the direction you want it to head. So I'll leave you with this last slide, and I hope I'm okay with time, Helen. The major donor cycle, from identification to qualifying a prospect as a suitable prospect, to cultivating that relationship, to solicitation and stewardship. Where do you need research? You need it in all 5 areas to really make sure that you focus your time and energy on the right type of individuals, that you engage with them in the right way with individuals, with introducers that can connect you and make that engagement easier, to ask the right amounts. And as Ruth was saying earlier, create a personalized stewardship strategy. Someone is a fan of Arsenal Club, that little thing that makes a difference in order to be remembered in their minds and in their hearts as an organization that you've done a lot with and can really show the impact of what you're doing. So I'm just going to leave you with this last slide. If you ever have any questions specifically to your market, the world of the affluent individual is very hard to generalize. Each market is different. But I hope these trends were interesting. And tomorrow I'm going to share the ones on Asia. You can click on the link and book a meeting with me. We can talk about what can be done in your context. So thank you so much, and off to the panel, I guess.
Brilliant. Thank you, Valentina. So really, I mean, where do we begin with all this information? My first question is, what would you say, where would a lot of researchers waste too much time? Because you want to do some prospect researching and it takes a lot of time to do that. So maybe the first question would be, I mean, I think you've touched on it already, but maybe talking to some of the panel, and I'll put this to the panel to say, when you do prospect research, where would you say the best place to begin would be? So I'd ask Arno. You're on mute, Arno.
Yeah, I was saying, thank you, Valentina. Great presentation, and we are in the process of working together. So I was really happy to see this presentation. Well, Valentina explained it very well. Like there are lots of ways of looking at prospect research and at what level, when you do it, and actually Valentina showed that you have to do it at every step of the donor approach process and cultivation and stewardship. Just taking an example that I have right now, and Valentina knows about it because we're working on it right now. I have this new client in Africa, actually in Cameroon, and it's a foundation created by very wealthy and business women in Africa. She has a great network of ultra high net worth individuals and very high net worth individuals. But we also need to work further than her network, and we're going to work with WealthX to identify people, major gift donors that have been interested in what the foundation is doing. And it's a very tricky case because the foundation is a mix of contemporary art and conservation environment. So we're looking at people that are interested in both topics, or maybe each topic, but could be converted to be interested to the other topic. It's very tricky. And I'm really happy to work on this case with Valentina because it is tricky. And I think I'm sure we're going to find solutions. But yeah, each case is a different case, and same with prospect research.
Great, thanks Arno. Graham, would you agree? Would you say the same thing?
Absolutely, and thank you, Valentina, for the presentation. You know, prospect research can be a bit like accounting, a bit dry, but you made it very, very interesting. So thank you for that. My thoughts are, you know, wealthy people don't become wealthy by giving all of their money away. So don't steer clear of the wealthiest, but you know, look at your database and your prospects across the spectrum. Quick example at Kingswood, we are the oldest Methodist school. So a lot of my older members of the community are Methodist ministers, retired Methodist ministers. So we're not in a sense a wealthy school. We do, however, have one billionaire that I know of who is a former parent. To cut a long story short, when I arrived, sadly, there'd been a falling out with the parent and one of our teachers, and we won't tell you why, but anyway, that was a long time ago. So it was almost a case of, oh, don't worry about them. You know, they won't give you any money, blah, 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 blah. So of course, that's a red rag to a bull. I said, well, absolutely. How can we engage with this family? As luck would have it, this family's son and two sons and daughter came to Kingswood. So not only we former parents, we've got former pupils, and the youngest son has got a child at the school, and the youngest son has given a very small amount to the school through his foundation, a very small amount, but it's regular. So we've been biding our time. Fortunate for us, the other son has sent his two children to Kingswood now as well. So we have 3 generations at the school. And we finally, after 4 years of communicating, connecting, we met with the son, and the headmaster and I met with the son, chatted to him, thanked him for his ongoing giving. That was the hook to get them involved. And we asked him we shared with and asked him to support one of our major capital projects, which he's seriously considering. So we've done this through our own research. We obviously did this research with the family's company, which is a well-known company, quite easy to find out. But don't only focus on your major prospects. Look across the spectrum, because there are people often who will give a lot for them, which might not be a lot for you, but can build on from that side.
Great, thank you, Graham. It's really interesting to hear from an educational perspective, and also how you cultivate. Again, we're going back to the cultivation, aren't we, and steward the donors that you feel have perspective to get more. Leslie, if you've got experience of a similar situation, you've got experience of working with billionaires.
In my experience, wealthy people are generally all connected, and one never knows just what the common interests are. But I think, and Valentina, I really appreciate your insight and sharing that with us. And one thing you mentioned was the importance of events as well. And I find that by hosting various events for like-minded people, one is introduced to possibilities that you would never normally have had, in your room, and that opens conversation and starts relationships with just by broadening your circle in having that event, and that's just where the little fire starts, and then it ignites and it grows to something you beyond your imagination.
Yeah. Olivia, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, probably it's about connection of those major donors as well. So the idea would be for me to start with turning your major donors into advocates of your cause. Because, for example, if you come from a banking culture in Switzerland, it's about discretion. So you wouldn't have all the data you need. Probably, I'm not sure you have them in your database, Valentina, for example, of all the major donors you can find in Switzerland, in Geneva area. This would be done mainly through the network, through the people you have in already as a major donor. And the idea is to open the conversation, as Leslie said, so be able to talk about the person you're going to meet instead of starting to talk about your own organization. And we've seen also a lot, just to jump into another subject, in Switzerland at least, and I think that in France also, is that donations are increasing with the pandemic, but mainly from individuals and major donors, individual major donors, but we've seen a decrease into major gifts from foundations. And institutional fundraising is getting to be a struggle for many organizations currently.
Yeah, great. Great, thank you. This is kind of to Valentina, actually. What would you say, as well as WealthX, what other tools are available, or what other facilities or tools or products potentially could people use as well as WealthX to begin their prospect research? What would you suggest?
I would say start off looking within your own database, just by postcode information, bank information that can give you some insight into potential wealth if someone lives in a certain area. But in terms of research, there's 2 different types of products. One is the one done by artificial intelligence, by automation, by algorithms, which is powerful, but it's much more of qualifying a large data set, and so can be used only in some cases. When we talk about prospect research, it's much more about hand-curated research. I would say it really depends on the market. Every market has different types of sources, and that is why languages are extremely important. At WealthX, we recently acquired 3 other businesses, Boardex and Relsci, that do specifically only network mapping, because we've had so many conversations over the last 3 years of network mapping becoming so powerful. And it's not just about, as Leslie said, these individuals are connected, but sometimes by just asking, you don't obtain what you would like to. So it's just about mapping that out beforehand, so you know who to push and in which direction. So the network mapping tools are becoming increasingly more important. So Relsci and Boardex, and we also recently acquired Wealth Engine, which is more of an American product, so I'm just not gonna mention it. But then I really invite you to look at foundation data. Who is behind a foundation? That could give you some insight into affluent individuals. There isn't a lot of data, to be honest, in Europe and in Asia. It is something that's growing. We're not at the level of the US, where they've been doing this for 10 years. That is predominantly because of the laws. There's just, we're more private in Europe and in Asia, rightfully so. And so we have to take this into consideration. The world of research in these markets is not something that you access quite easily. And the only reason why we've been able to do it is because we do it by hand. And we have these researchers. We won't be able to do so much automation in this part of the world because of just the way the data, what data is available.
Olivia, do you want to respond to that? Because I saw both you and Leslie nodding away, and I just wondered what other resources you guys have used for your prospecting.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask another question to Valentina and the other one. So probably if Leslie, you want to answer.
Go back to that then. Yeah, it's fine.
Good. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Leslie, if you want to say, you know, what maybe other resources you've used for prospecting, and then Olivia, we can ask your question.
Okay, I literally have, and it came up earlier in one of the comments in the chat room about advisory boards. I felt that even though we have, you know, a board of directors for our company, it's been very useful to have advisory boards. It's really just not only given us the expertise in various areas, but it's also grown our family of ambassadors substantially. And I have just, you know, realized the importance of having ambassadors, not only in South Africa, but in various countries for Cape Town Opera. The amount of introductions that have come out of that have been so useful, because it's people that know our company, not only know of our company, that have had firsthand interactions and experience with our organization, and have been able to very accurately convey our narrative, our cause, our impact to people that want to support the arts in South Africa.
Great. We were actually asked in the chat about low cost prospecting, low cost resources. So I guess we've kind of looked at that already, to look at your database, to look at who might be there. Are there any other low cost? And then Olivia, we'll come back to you. We've got some other suggestions on the chat, but any quickly, because we're running a bit short time, any quick wins, I guess, so looking at low cost resources for prospecting. Just jump in.
You have social network. You can see connections of people. If they're on social network, this is a low-cost solution to see who's connected to whom and who can introduce you to another person if they are on social network. And the younger generation is much more on social network than before.
Yeah, and of course that's free, so. Olivia, thank you. Thank you for that, everybody. Olivia, do you want to ask your question to Valentina?
Yeah, that brings me to my question. I was having a question about millennials, because we are seeing now a young generation of wealthy people, young people wanting to dedicate one portion of their wealth to a social cause. We have young social entrepreneurs, young social investors. But what we see in the new generation is that they are less attached to an organization than to a cause. They are focusing on a cause and they are changing the organization. So my question would be, how do you see in the future how building long-term relationship would work with this younger generation?
I completely agree. It is true. The way that they're giving is different, but they're much more focused also on impact. So if I was an organization, I would really try and build a long-term journey with these individuals that will show them the impact of their donation on a 3 to 5 year, and that builds a long-lasting relationship. If they find an organization that is able to cater to their need for impact, I think that is the best way to have them stay. And also teaching values. When we talk about family, these young entrepreneurs, if they're self-made, they didn't grow wealthy. And I think there is a lot of, it's important to be able to show the values that philanthropy can teach to their younger generations. So creating a family philanthropic journey, I think UNICEF has done it, highly successful. So think about that as well if you're looking at young entrepreneurs.
Great answer. Last question is, how straightforward is it to ask major donors to introduce you to their potential supporters? Graham, I was going to come to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. Generally speaking, as long as you have a relationship with your current major donor, if it's someone who's given you something out of the blue and you've got no relationship, it is not that easy. But in my experience, you always ask your major donors, after saying thank you, of course, is to say, who else within your network do you think would also want to support the project that you have so kindly supported yourself? And people are often very happy to share with their network what they are doing, not boast, not make a big thing about it, but they're very happy to talk to their connections, and that's a way to expand your market. And within the schools, it might be other alumni. It might be in many cases alumni on your major prospect list, but in many cases it's people you either don't know or didn't know had money. So absolutely ask your major donors as part of the stewardship process to refer you on, set up meetings, whatever works with them. Absolutely do that.
It's the old adage of it's not what you know, right? So
Absolutely.
Yeah, every time. Has anybody got anything else quickly to add to that, just because we're running a little bit short on time? Anything else to add? No, fantastic. All right, we'll leave it there then. But I want to thank Valentina again for a really interesting and insightful presentation. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm getting some messages that my mics have gone a bit wonky. So I think
it's not very good.
No, in the break I'll try and adjust it. So apologies for that. But I just want to thank Valentina and also obviously the panel again for your insight, your help, your your thoughts. Really great. And we're going to come back again in 10 minutes. So we're back at 12 o'clock to listen to Nancy Dixon talking about tax and legal issues, which is important for everybody. So please come back at midday, 10 minutes time, to listen to Nancy talking about tax and legal. And I just want to thank Valentina again for a really interesting, insightful and educationally impressive presentation. So thank you so much, everybody, and see you in about 10 minutes. Right, so welcome back, everybody. Midday GMT. I'm delighted to introduce Nancy Bixham, the next to do the next session of the IFAB 2020, focusing on tax and legal issues, essential for all of us. Nancy is a lawyer with substantial practical experience in international charity fundraising and law, and has been advising clients with private trusts, foundations, in all financial and tax-related issues. Nancy is experienced in the evaluation of organisational needs and provision of appropriate and cost-effective actions, general management, accounting, new business development, and all things to do with international fundraising. So Nancy, it's lovely to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Helen. And as the Managing Director of Chapel in York, may I just say thank you to all of our speakers and panelists for coming today and being so brilliant, and to our participants for being with us. Also, I suppose, though, it does give me a lot of, there's a lot I have to live up to after such brilliant remarks in the last couple of hours. So I'm not sure the tax and legal actually is as interesting as some of the innovative fundraising things we've been talking about. But the issue with international donors, of course, or major donors anywhere, is that if there are tax benefits available, they want them. And the job of the fundraiser is not necessarily to understand their complete tax issues, but to be able to at least help provide answers if there are some. So I'm going to do a little bit of a lot of things here as a bit of a taster. I want to talk just generally about sort of tax benefits around the world. They kind of go into three areas. First of all, the US model, where there's a tax deduction, where the donor gets to reduce their tax when they give to a charity. It usually has to be a local charity, so it's got to be in the States, of course, to a US 501c3, which can then use the money to give internationally. And that works well. And most of Europe, of course, has a fairly similar kind of thing, with the exception of places like Sweden and all. Same thing, Hong Kong, you can give to a Hong Kong charity, which can use the funds for other purposes. Other countries have limitations. So places like Australia, others, their tax deduction, Singapore, is limited for things which benefit their local communities. I would mention, however, for those of you who are interested in Singapore, that our foundation out there, which I'll talk about our foundations in a moment, but there are other things we can do that will help you in terms of Singapore, even though you can't just bring the money wholesale. There's scholarships that can be given out of Singapore. There's research and development, which can be funded with huge tax benefits, 2.5 or 3.5 times the donation. So there are some ways around it in Singapore. Then there are the oddities, and that is the UK, which doesn't have a tax deduction for the donor. It's got gift aid. So when a donor makes a donation in the UK, if you give £100 to a charity, the charity is able to reclaim the tax from the UK government, £25. So it's a huge, it's a wonderful benefit for the charity. There's a slight benefit to a donor in the UK, depending on what kind of rates they're on, but most of the benefit goes to the charity. And then Canada, who is trying to be the most painful country in the world, and I think they are starting to succeed. They've got a whole different system. They've got, first of all, the benefit is great, because unlike the US, for example, you get to take your tax benefit against the actual tax that you're paying, as opposed to reducing your taxable income. But the actual foreign charity that's going to get the money has to be is seen by Revenue Canada as the agent for the Canadian organization. So there's a bit more paperwork that's required there. So generally, I would say a good 2/3 of the world, there are tax deductions available. Of that, in almost every case, you're going to have to give to a local charity to get the tax benefits. I'm going to talk about what we've done and how we can help with that in a moment, but I just want to do a couple of other just oddities around the world. So obviously a lot of people on this seminar are fundraising in America. And I think the words planned giving comes up a lot, and particularly in the major gift or major donor context. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about what major gift fundraising in the US is all about. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's a series of very high-level tax benefits that big gifts get in America. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that if anybody is fundraising in the States, it is absolutely worth your organizing to offer planned giving. It's not difficult. You do need a U.S. entity, but we'll talk about that in a moment. But there are very simple things that need to happen. And in terms of language, I would recommend that a great way of starting with it is to look at some of the U.S. charities, because they all have planned giving, the big ones. Have planned giving on their website. So there's a lot you can steal from what people in America are doing, but you're probably not offering a lot of things because it encompasses everything from donations at death, which they call bequests. We call legacies, the Australians call them bequests, to life insurance, to very interesting trusts that give very strange benefits. So, for example, there's something, and this is probably the big one that you might want to know about, which is called a charitable remainder trust, and that's where a donor puts money into a trust. You get the money when they die or after a certain number of years, but they're entitled to the income from that trust. So it's a great benefit to be able to say to somebody, please give us this $1 million donation, but you're still going to get the income from it during a period of time, because that means they're not having to give up everything to make this donation. They're still getting benefit out of it. So, you're not going to be a planned giving expert, but if you are fishing in the American waters, it's at least worth knowing that for big donations, you need to at least be able to say, we can sort out planned giving for you, if that's something which would be useful, because all these things are all about, of course, making a level playing field, because if you're competing with an American entity that's able to offer these benefits, you want to be able to offer them as well. So it's in the States, major gift fundraising, planned giving, please make sure you at least understand it enough to be able to bring it into the mix of what you're talking about there. The next thing I want to talk about, and I will share my screen if I can do so, is this whole question of whether you need or want to, how do you get the money? So do you need to set up your own entity in a country versus using an existing charity? I will hold my hand up. We've been doing this for years. 25 years now, I've been setting up charities around the world. And in the last 5 or 6 years, I've started to believe that I don't think that really, unless there's an absolutely brilliant reason for having an entity in another country, that that's the way to go. The reason why I think so is because as charities are becoming more highly regulated in countries, it's becoming much more expensive and much more difficult to deal with them. And then the other big thing is banking. I mean, I think at Chapel in York, we probably spend about half our time trying to sort out bank accounts, getting somebody on a bank account, taking somebody off a bank account. I mean, charities for some reason are seen now as the worst client a bank can have. So these are really bad issues to have to deal with. And I'm just going to, I've got this, if anyone's interested in it, I'm very happy to send it to anyone, but it's about whether having, whether using a foundation that's in the country is worth it versus a legal entity. And Chapel in York's now got 7 of these things because in major markets, the US, the UK, now Canada, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Singapore, and Hong Kong, where there are really useful things we can do in those countries. We can really add value. But again, when you're looking at it, this document is really about do you want to be doing? And again, I'm just going to get my highlights in here, because having your own entity means you're stuck with the regulatory requirements. You're the ones that have got to deal with it. You've got to have a board, and I'm going to come on to boards in a moment because I think people see them in very interesting ways. You've got to have insurances. I mean, bizarrely, in countries like the States and America, you've got to have an address because they still send checks around the world, you know, to pay for things. So somebody's got to do it. And, you know, over the years, people have said, well, my board is going to do the address. They're the ones that are going to send the thank you notes, etc. But what do you do when they're on holiday? You can't shout at them and say, how dare you do that? It's not professional for something to sit around for 3 weeks. And we have some clients who don't seem to care if it does, and others who obviously, with proper stewardship, want to make sure that every check is looked at instantly, because you want to steward the donor when a donation, in particular a big donation, comes in. But so physically you need to have an address. Bank accounts. Bank is now a 4-letter word. Absolutely horrific to deal with them. I'm sure that there are lovely banks out there, and I will be at some point wanting to know who they are. You know, there are advantages. You know, if there is a check, it's written directly to the entity which says Friends of You versus something some other organization. But you've got to have bookkeeping. You've got to have donation processing. You have more flexibility, however. It's your board. It's your people that are involved. And you know, then the questions are about, of course, become about money. Is it worth it? How much money are you having to pay to an intermediary like a Chaplain York Foundation versus, you know, no charge if it comes to your own? And then finally, there's some intangibles out there. Every now and then we find a donor who says, I am not giving to something that's not you. And most of I would say 99.9% of the times in the last 25 years we've had this situation, a donor understands the situation perfectly. And they actually think it's probably a good idea not to have your own. But every now and then, you know, we have to say somebody is going to give you problems. They may be less confident. You know, depending on the intermediary you use, you may have more or less visibility. Some intermediaries are incredible. I mean, there is one in America that deals with universities and schools, and they're free, but they don't tell you anything about a donation when they come in. You have no idea until the money comes to you, and still people feel that that's appropriate. Other people wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. You know, so there's again, how you feel is appropriate. And there may be legal restrictions, etc. So there are good and bad about both, but I have literally, after 25 years of this thing, I am absolutely of the opinion that unless you can convince me that there's a really brilliant reason for having your own entity, I think they are a distraction. They are a distraction because when you go over to see people or you go to a board meeting, you're not talking about fundraising. You're dealing with regulatory issues. You're dealing with making sure your board is operating properly. You know, and most people that get stuck with these entities are fundraisers that don't know even what how you would run a charity in your own country. So doing it in another country is even harder with all the requirements. And then you've got this wonderful thing called a board, which some people see as the answer to all their problems in another country. The board is going to cultivate their donors. They're going to steward their donors. In some cases, they're even going to find the donors. You know, to me, that has happened out of the hundreds of organizations we've been running over the years. I've probably seen it about 5 times where that relationship works really, really brilliantly, where they are doing something. But when you think about it, your board they're not professional fundraisers. You wouldn't let just anybody deal with things in your own countries. Why would you let them do that? Why would you want that to happen in another country? And then you spend time being nice. So then you have this strange situation. Some boards really want to do something, They're very enthusiastic. But, you know, then that becomes volunteer management. You've got to manage that enthusiasm. Because if you don't feed the enthusiasm, then you have people who are feeling unhappy that they're not being allowed to help you, and even though they're absolutely enthusiastic to do so. If you give them too much power, then you've got people going off doing things that may not be aligned to the strategy that you want to do in that country. So they are both the best and the worst, I think. So if I were to, and then I will just add that there is also a sort of sense out there that the gold standard for international fundraising is to set up your own entity and to hire somebody in that country that's going to be your fundraiser, part-time or full-time. Again, in a sort of strange world, that sounds like a good idea, but again, it almost never works. Reason? Because the fundraiser that you hire is almost none of them are very, very good at fundraising for international things. They're really good at fundraising for their local charities because that's what most fundraisers know and understand. And to find somebody who's good at international fundraising is very rare. Second problem is that most fundraisers are used to working in a bigger shop. So you take them out of the shop with all the other people that have surrounded them, the marketing people, the writers, the Valentinas of the world, all those people, and you stick them in an office by themselves and say, okay, fundraise for them, you know, talk to these people, is often, I mean, a disastrous thing. And I've seen it again and again with very huge organizations. I mean, okay, there are some that do have big shops over there. So, you know, fundraising for Oxford is all over the place. You know, they've got big things, but most charities, even most universities, schools, arts organizations don't have the ability to bring that kind of firepower to a country. So I think my feeling here, and what I kind of want to leave you with on this, is that please be very cautious before you rush around the world setting stuff up. I have closed as many almost as I've opened. I mean, we had a wonderful cathedral came to us and said, we really want to set up this 501c3 in America, or was it Section 88 in Hong Kong, one of the two. And we said, why? And they said, well, because every other cathedral has one. And, you know, that's the wrong answer. The right answer is because we're going to do a very sustained, major, not gift fundraising, but major activities in the country that is going to require so much people that we're going to have an office and we're going to be doing lots of stuff, and that almost never happens. So we embarked on a process about 6 years ago now of setting up these foundations around the world, because we really felt that we could add value to the international fundraising community with having these local organizations that really understood fundraising. Because the EDs, like Helen and like Olivier, are fundraisers. So they understand where we think you're coming from to be able to understand what kinds of things you need in terms of cultivation, stewardship, on the ground events, etc. And you know, we hope that they are providing a good option. We've got hundreds now of members, which is really exciting, and we can do special things. So, for example, our US and UK charities are linked, so that if you've got an American that's paying tax in both the UK and the US, the American gets a tax deduction in the UK. I'm sorry, tax deduction in the US plus gift aid in the UK. What a great deal! You know, which you couldn't do on your own. So there's some special stuff that we're able to do because we've got this whole family, which means it's a one-stop shop as well. So that's my kind of 20 minutes, I think, on tax stuff. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to keep going on other things. You know, we know, for example, that China is still a disaster in terms of trying to get money out. We know that India, it's possible to get money out of India. It's also possible to get money into India. but they're equally problematic. So I'm very happy to answer any specific questions of any specific countries or any specific issues you might have. Helen?
Thanks, Nancy. That was a whole lot of information there. We haven't had if anybody does want to ask any questions, then please do send it in the chat. One thing that's come through from Chris is that he set up a 501c3 himself, so he's kind of done it himself, and he's reaping the rewards and being very happy about it on the chat. So he's kind of reiterating what you're saying about it's good to look internationally for fundraising, but personally speaking, having set up a foundation myself and having experiences of it, yeah, it might seem initially like a good idea at the time, but actually going through the process of setting up the entity, getting the bank accounts, recruiting a good board, you know, it's actually the nuts and bolts of putting it together. It's a big task. So if the resources are there, then you might as well make the best use of it, and especially with Chapel in York, obviously because we're here from the organisation, but we have a lot of experience of dealing with the tax and the legal issues, the financial issues, coupled with family that we have internationally that can also help with fundraising, but also advice internationally as well. So a few people are asking for the document that Nancy's shown, and we can definitely send that through to everybody that wants to. We're getting asked.
Can I mention to Chris Lomas, I mean, who's written a very interesting thing saying he's just secured a third-party 501c3. There is no such thing. So what you think you've got, you don't have. If you think that you've got, so what you may have is this US-based organization that supports overseas missions, but you can't say you've got a 501c3. And I think a lot of this language and things is really difficult, and you know, and can cause problems. So what you may have is the opportunity to accept tax-effective donations, but you don't have a third-party 501c3. I might also say that in the States, because that's always of interest, that whilst the individuals are getting tax deductions, foundations in America have a legal obligation to give to certain types of organizations. And so whatever intermediary organization you use, and a lot of you will use King Baudouin Foundation for European organizations. They've been around a long time and have a very good relationship, although it's limited to Europe and Africa. But there's several good options in America. King Baudouin Foundation, CAF America, and some other ones as well. But you know, I just highly encourage everybody to at least take a look at that, because for the chap, for example, who's just set up the 501c3, there is a lot of issues about keeping it and making sure you're a public charity and not a private foundation and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, Helen, go back to you.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. No, I reiterate that too. Again, knowing from the Dutch Foundation that we work very hard to keep our ABI status, and I'm sure it's the same in the States and all over. Somebody's asked about the countries we work in. So again, to reiterate, we work here in the Netherlands, but also the UK, America, Hong Kong, Singapore, Canada. I think that's all of them.
Yes.
And the US, sorry, of course. We've been asked a question about how do you fundraise, or I think it's a bigger question that will take a lot of time, or it's something that we need to take offline, but how do universities in sub-Saharan Africa raise funds from countries like the UK or US? I think that's a question for a bigger conversation, but if you want to reach out to us, then we can definitely answer that. But I'm just, again, as always, conscious of time, and because that's quite a big question. Maybe Louis, we can take that offline and we can answer that offline. But another question is, do the panel have any suggestions on how the benefits of the board, i.e. making connections with different charities whilst not having your own charity in the US? So the question is, does Nancy or the panel have any suggestions for how you can still have the benefits of a board, i.e. making introductions and getting closer connections whilst not having your own charity in the US?
I mean, can I say that a board is just a legal group, is just a group of people that are legally constituted to look after things. Have a ambassador council have people who are really keen on what you're doing, put them together, give them a job title. Just don't give them a legal responsibility to run a charity. And because I think that's what you're really looking for in the country, is people who will offer you help and advice, but you don't need to give them a legal responsibility to do so. But give them a job title. People love it.
Mm-hmm. Sarah said that she's interested in hearing more about, I love your name, Sarah Disney, what a great name. I'm interested in hearing more about this situation of outgoing philanthropy in China and India. Again, I think that's a bigger conversation, because there is a lot of happening in Asia. And actually we got the Asia IFAB happening on Thursday. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's happening on Thursday.
Asia Pacific is on Thursday, yes.
Yeah. So if you want to tune in to the Asia Pacific IFAB, then please do. I think that'd be a really interesting day for that topic. Graham, you want to
Yeah,
add
just to, thanks, Helen, just to add to what Nancy said early on, I mentioned we have advisory boards, a couple around the world, and we have one in North America. And their focus is primarily to help me mobilize my North American community and help me raise money from my North American community for our major capital campaign. They do not get involved in any legal work, and I don't have to find trustees, etc., like I did at a previous school where I did set up a 501c3. That was a long time ago. The advisory board is literally getting back to everything we've discussed today. It's meeting people, connecting, it's getting to know them, bringing them on board. Met them at events, at a dinner, a small dinner for 3 people. They knew someone who knew someone, and they've become my hugest and biggest advocates, and they've brought other people onto the advisory board. So why do I call it advisory? I don't report into them. It's not my campaign board, but they are hugely supportive of the work that I do. So Nancy's absolutely right. You don't need to, because you don't have your own 501c3, doesn't mean you don't have a board of volunteers. They've just got a different focus.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying, Graham. Last thing to Nancy, and then we're going to move on to John, who I see has joined us. So thank you for joining us, John. So Nancy, the last question is, somebody's asked if you can expand a little bit. So Birdie has asked if you can expand a little bit on how US donors can claim tax benefit in the States plus gift aid in the UK. Yeah. So if you can reiterate, that'd be great.
Okay, so the US person gives to the UK, Chapel York's UK Foundation, and because the US Foundation owns the UK Foundation, they then, because they get donations to the UK, for UK purposes, it's a UK charity, it can reclaim the tax in the UK because of some jiggery-pokery, which I didn't just say, if any IRS people are listening, because of some specific rules that we can do, that gift also qualifies for a US tax deduction. So because American citizens are liable for US tax because of citizenship, they get that double hit. So they get gift aid in the UK and a tax deduction in the US.
Fantastic.
Which again, is just great.
Yeah, it's a double whammy. It's all good. So I want to move on now, but I just want to say a lot of people have asked for the documents that Nancy showed in her presentation to be shared, and we can definitely do that. We can share that to everybody that wants to. Also, I mentioned that IFAB today has been about Europe and Africa, because we've got Leslie from South Africa joined us. So today's been about Europe and Africa. Tomorrow is IFAB focusing on the US, and then Thursday is going to be focusing on Asia. So if you would like to continue your information and hearing all about IFAB and international fundraising with it's the same subject. So we're talking about, prospecting, cultivation, stewardship, tax and legal, but in different regions. So please do feel free to tune in to those regions tomorrow and Thursday. I want to hand over to John Pepin. John, I'm delighted, has joined us. He's got 20 years experience as a social entrepreneurial consultant working internationally with over 300 charities, social enterprises and infrastructure support organisations and professional associations. He spent over 15 years as a chief executive of a variety of Canadian charities, social enterprises and associations. He is now the chief executive of Philanthropy Impact, who at Chaplin York are keen to develop a better relation or develop our relationship with. It's Philanthropy Impact's purpose is to increase the philanthropic giving and social investment and to encourage impact investing across Europe by working with professional advisors to ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals to grow and enhance the quality of support they give to their clients, the UK's wealthiest individuals, around philanthropy and social impact investment. So we've been talking with WealthX about the ultra high net worth individuals, and Philanthropy Impact works with them as well. So Philanthropy Impact is a membership organisation for private client advisors, wealth management, private banking and independent financial advice, tax and legal sectors, as well as social enterprises. The organisation acts as a knowledge hub and a centre of excellence, offering events, special knowledge sharing, training, voluntary standards and sector and government liaisons. We're very pleased to welcome John as our bonus session speaker. And John's actually going to be talking about how we as fundraisers connect with these advisors and these ultra high net worth individuals. So John, the kind of topic or his subject heading is changing the culture and behaviour of major donor fundraisers. So treating donors as clients. So John, over to you.
Well, you just took away everything I wanted to say. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I know, I just teasing. I know you're not supposed to start with an apology. Can you see the screen? It's a slide showing. Oh, good. I know you're not supposed to start these things with an apology, but I'd like to start with one. I'm just getting over coronavirus and I had been hospitalized. And so my level of enthusiasm and is not quite as high as normal. So if you find me just sort of, then please understand. Okay, so we received a number of complaints when we get wealthy people together in the same room to talk about how we can all work together to increase philanthropic giving and how we can move wealthy people to more impact investing, more ESG investing. There's always at least 1, 2, or 3 in the room who basically say we don't give anymore to charities because of how fundraisers have treated us. So they haven't treated us as clients, they've treated us in quote unquote as donors. They didn't look after our needs. We didn't feel understood, or just some of the comments that they make. On the other side, professional advisors, who I'll list in a minute, they have complained, a lot of them have complained because we have events where fundraisers are invited, anyone can come to our events, but instead of coming in and developing relationships, which is a more important approach, they actually corner people and advisors and start to do mini pitches, and it turns them right off. They also try to get access to their clients, which of course is not going to happen, and they're not looking at developing, which we're going to talk about, becoming a trusted partner and resource to professional advisors. So that's pretty well it. So the purpose of today is I'm taking 6 hours of training and putting into 25 minutes. So we're going to just touch the surface of it. But the whole idea of this is to improve fundraising. If you think in terms in the UK, for example, ultra high net worth and high net worth individuals, the median gift a year and a half ago was £4,000. That meant half of the wealthiest people in this country gave less than £4,000. And there's a potential out there for fundraisers to raise considerably more. You're hardly scratching the surface. So the idea of working with professional advisors is to actually look at how you can improve your results. I'm going to talk a tiny bit about what a professional advisor does, looking at becoming a trusted partner with them, and then also just to touch on how you can have meaningful discussions with your clients. So every time I use the word clients, I'm replacing that for donors. So professional advisors are made up of wealth managers. These are to ultra high net worth, wealth managers, private banks, tax, legal, financial advisors, family offices, which are really increasing influence in this whole area of impact investing, and also in philanthropy, and professional philanthropy advisors. There's hardly any of those around. And I think that fundraisers, major donor fundraisers, can play that role stuff. So, and why are we focusing on advisors? Well, we did quite extensive research. We looked at the top 383 firms in the UK, and we looked at 503 internet interviews with wealthy people. And basically, you can see the first point that the considerable amount of giving of the 3 to 4 plus billion comes from people who are advisors. But also we came across this really interesting thing as one example. If you're supported, ultra high net worth, if you're supported by your clients, if you're supported by your advisors, then you tend to give 17 times more. So a difference between, in one example, of 335,000 to 19,000. So it's really, so we see them as a key role in increasing giving, and there's been other studies to support that kind of stuff. So trusted advisors, what do? Okay, so basically they put their clients first. So what they're trying to do is to find out who they are, what their money is for, what does it mean to them, and most importantly, and the most difficult discussion, is what their values are, what their motivation is, what their ambitions are, what's their vision, what's their goals. And this kind of conversation is an essential part of establishing a strong long-term relationship with their clients. And so what they ultimately wish to be is their trusted advisor and the first call. And there are examples of charities in the UK who have taken this approach and have become the first call, which gives a tremendous advantage to the fundraisings and to their department. It leads, for advisors, it leads to client retention, and which is a lot cheaper than finding new clients, but it also leads to referrals. The other thing to keep in mind is that fundraisers can work with professional advisors supporting them, and I want to talk a bit more about that. So I'm not going to go into detail in this, but you'll have to give me a sense of time because I'm in a strange office and I'm not quite sure where I am. But if you want to see a lovely view, can you see that? Okay.
Where is that, John? Where are you?
In the middle of the city in London.
Oh, lovely.
So you can see, I don't know what you can see there, but you can see St. Paul's and you can see all the high rises and stuff.
Beautiful. Anyway, you have time, so carry on. It's super interesting.
All right. So, and feel free to ask me any questions you want to ask as we're going through this. Okay, so basically, advisors are bombarded by asks, so charities come to them and want corporate sponsorship. They want event participation. They want charity of the year, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that you can play a significant role in helping them to manage these kinds of situations, which puts you in a brilliant position to work with them and their clients, which gives you an opportunity. So for example, there was one charity here who had someone who was a potential major donor, and they also worked at getting advisors involved. And this major donor became, because of the advice that they were receiving as a philanthropy advisor, became came to them and said, I'm looking for a lawyer to help me to do X, Y, and Z. And so because they had a strong network of professional advisors, they were able to make some recommendations. Therefore, this person ultimately became a very strong supporter of the organization, but those advisors also helped to them access other people to deal with issues. So some of the key learnings from this is, whoops, too far. It's important to understand the client's journey from an advisor's perspective. So it's not about me trying to focus on my charity and raising tons of money. And I have helped charities raise a lot of money. It's more identifying where you can add value. And I'm going to talk in a bit about the 23 distinct services that a donor needs on their donor journey. And so it's you have to recognize that advisors are impartial. They will not recommend to their clients or try to get their clients to give to certain causes or to even do certain kinds of investments, etc. And you as a philanthropy advisor would be acting in the same way. You're impartial, you're supporting them. Ultimately, they decide to support your organization, and you can work towards that. But at the same time, there's a certain level of impartiality, especially if you're working directly with advisors. So how do you get advisors involved with you? Well, it's pretty difficult in some cases, but sometimes you can organize events, and you might have some advisors on your board or some of your advisors who are supporting your major donors. So you work through them to network and then get them to come to events, etc. You can collaborate with other organizations. So for example, Philanthropy Impact, we did have until coronavirus hit us, we did have events which have networking opportunities. Well, this gives you as a major donor fundraiser an opportunity to not only speak, but also to get to learn and meet and establish relationships with professional advisors. And there's other ways as well. The second issue about the key learnings is internal buy-in. This is a major problem because many fundraising organizations are target driven. And so they should be, but at the same time, if you're doing this, you're going to be establishing relationships, and it takes a lot of time and effort and energy. And so it's a long-term kind of thing. Part of this whole deal is to adjust KPIs, but also to in effect adjust the culture of the organization. So the chief executive, the head of fundraising, et cetera, just don't focus on how much money you brought in, but also what are relationships, how they're being developed, and that kind of thing. And it's important to have an internal business case to put this forward, and there's different ways of dealing with that. This slide basically just reiterates what I was talking about, which is you create a network of professional advisors who can support, you can support and they can support you. You have knowledge, you have a lot of knowledge to share that can be used by professional advisors. And then you then support your clients and their clients and them in the processes of working with, supporting them on their donor journey. And again, the values, life goals, etc., come up. So that's just a way of expressing what I've been saying. Now, what are the benefits of being a trusted advisor? Well, part of it is it enables you to have discussions with your clients on a different level. So discussion about what their wealth is for. Notice the focus is on them, not on you and your organization. Well, that's important to also include. So you get to know the donor better, you get to establish a relationship. It also allows you to engage with the different generations within the family and helping them to manage the diverse goals. I was in a conversation just before this where there was a family discussion and in a public event, and the family member who was in their 20s was taking a really quite strong approach around sustainability issues and impact investing and philanthropy. And the parents had no idea that there was a big difference between what they did and because of course they were making money from oil, et cetera, as part of their investments. So it was really quite interesting. So you actually can play a pretty significant role in helping to bridge those gaps. It allows you to engage with prospects through advisors. It helps to retain clients, which I've mentioned before, enhance existing relationships, and facilitate client acquisition. I'm sort of going through this pretty quickly. So again, if there's any questions, just let me know. So we've talked a bit about the role of advisors and how you can play a role and support professional advisors and help them on in their work. But why should you provide philanthropic support? Because in effect, I'm saying you're in effect an advisor supporting advisors, but you're also a philanthropy advisor supporting your clients through their donor journey. Well, there's lots of research that's come out recently. Our research clearly demonstrated, as others have, that clients want guidance and support from their advisors on their philanthropy journey. So they just, and they no longer want just a financial return, but they're values-based, and they see philanthropy and impact investing as major ways of achieving this. And it's good for your business, it's good for the advisory business if you provide support on that donor journey. There's one additional thing that's really important to this process, is the shifting values of millennials and women of wealth. So women of wealth now control about 50% of liquid assets. It's expected in 2 generations, it'll be 70%. And millennials, of course, are going to be inheriting a great deal of money, whether you're in the UK, US, or other countries. And their whole approach is really quite different. I'll give you an example. So there's a young millennial that we have contact with who basically their family office after their father died was traditional in the approach of their investing and running their businesses. This person really didn't like what was going on and the lack of philanthropy and the lack of impact investing. So they basically took all their money out of the family office, still involved with the family, but and set up their own family office and their own approach to giving. Now there's a real issue for them because they are using advisors who are traditional in the approach. And so when they try to get the advisors to shift to give them advice on what they can do around their philanthropy to achieve their sustainability goals and what they can do about impact investing, they're just not reacting. So they fire them. So I mean, it's really changing. So if you're a fundraiser and you're not meeting the needs of millennials and women of wealth, then you're not going to be able to raise the kind of funds that you want. So they want more engagement. They want involvement in what's going on. So it's really a big, big shift that's taking place. And you can see it in the city and the firms, wealth advisory firms, banks, et cetera, how they're trying to address this and how some are not doing a very good job of it. And they're going to lose clients in the future clients. Really quite fascinating to see, and we're trying to help with all that. Any questions so far? Okay, so this next section talks about the client type of advice that's needed on a journey, a philanthropic journey. And this is important because it deals with issues of language, because the language has to shift. There was a feasibility study I was doing with a charity on looking at the possibility of setting up an in-house venture philanthropy fund. And so we looked at all their current donors, found someone who was giving a couple £100, did research on them, and found out that they were heavily involved in the city running a venture capital fund. So we got in touch with them with the charity, and we had a great deal of difficulty getting an appointment. Finally, we just got a Monday morning at 7:30, 20 minutes for breakfast. Not normally ideal for doing a pitch or establishing a relationship. So we got there, and I decided to lead on this. And in effect, I presented a business case, and I used all business language, investment language and stuff. So really shifting from case for support. And the person there was, I don't know if you can see, but was hunched over. All body language was 20 minutes, let's get it over with. We really don't want you here, but I've done it and stuff. So, and as I was talking, body changed and came up. And after a few minutes, he stopped me and he said, "This is the first time someone from a charity has come, and I understand exactly what they're saying." So language and approach is really important. That person became ultimately a super major donor for the charity. You can use this investment return continuum to learn the language, but also to help clients figure out where they want to be. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but in effect, it's a useful tool in your discussions with advisors. And if you want a copy of this, I'm happy to share a PDF, so you can feel free to use it. But basically, it goes from philanthropy and venture philanthropy, which is no financial return on those two, but achieving a societal return. And then it goes from social investment, where there's about 6 billion in the UK invested. That's pretty well trying to have a societal return with some minimal financial return. It varies a bit, but it's iffy. And then impact, SRI, socially responsible, sustainable responsible investment, and ESG investment are just growing like crazy. So people are moving away from traditional. And I think if you sit down with a donor and you're helping them and their family or whatever, figure out where they want to go, sometimes this can be a really helpful tool as part of your conversation with them. The other thing that's really important is creating a sustainable investment strategy. And your role is to profile, match, and guide. Now, this is important because wealthy people want to live their values. It's, again, a shift in many ways. And you can provide, working with advisors, the ability to help them live their values. So again, it comes back to what I was saying at the beginning about values, motivations, ambitions, and vision. So it's discussing that. And it's really surprising how many advisors have trouble having this conversation. And I don't know how many people with the fundraisers, how they deal with this, whether it's comfortable discussion or not. And then once you have that discussion, and there's some really interesting tools out there to help with that. Then there's helping them through the SDGs and priority setting, because a lot more philanthropists and stuff are looking at contextualizing their giving within SDGs. And then from there, you look at multiple approaches, so philanthropy, social investment, impact ESG investment, and then achieving their goals. So it's really important to help with this. So our expertise isn't in the actual final selection of their investment product or their charity, although we help to people choose those, how to choose them. Our expertise is helping advisors, fundraisers, and others how to talk to their clients about their values, etc. This next slide really just goes into a bit of detail about how to, things to keep in mind when you're trying to discuss with clients. So it's understanding what they are. There's questions like, what are you passionate about that you can use? There's different techniques, what's important to you, etc. So I'm not going to go into any detail, but they're there. The last section is really difficult for people who want to be donors, and also difficult for professional advisors to understand. So the landscape is really congested, it's fragmented, difficult to navigate. And when we get, as I say, groups of wealthy people together, when they talk about their initial involvement, they failed. But they still persisted and learned from their failures. Many people just forget it. So this just gives a sense of, in the UK, of all the different vehicles that are out there, how complicated it is for someone just starting off. This next slide is really key. The next two slides is really key to your role. We found that there are 23 distinct services that someone needs on their donor journey. So it's all around planning, implementing, and monitoring, reviewing. And I notice I only have about 3 minutes left. Is that about right, Helen? Okay, so basically you can play a pretty significant role in working with advisors around this. So this one talks about the services. You can be the philanthropy consultant. There's lawyers do certain things, et cetera, but you can be part of that whole process. You have a lot to offer in terms of what's going on. I'm going to sort of skip the next because the next ones are about language and the case for support and business case and some of the differences. This last slide is really some of the key questions that clients are now asking their advisors and are looking to get some support and stuff from their people who are working with around fundraising departments. Okay, so if you can answer all these questions, you have a good chance of doing well. So what's your experience helping clients with their giving? What services do you provide around this whole thing? Don't you provide? So you go back to that list of 23 services. Can you help your clients develop and implement your philanthropic goals? Well, that's moving away from just being about you and just being about your organization. But again, going back to establishing a relationship, helping them understand what their goals are to contextualize their giving. And then if you're not the right place, you help them find the right place. And you'll be surprised some of the positive impacts. Okay, how can I involve my family? How will I know my donations make an impact? How do we increase that impact? By the way, there's a big controversy that's starting to develop about whether some charities should be just focusing on impact, but that's another issue we could talk about another time. Given my goals, what are the best vehicles for philanthropic giving? What are the tax implications? What education, training, and resources can you provide? Can you refer me to other advisors? And if you're able to answer these questions, you may not lose a client. I'm going to stop there because there's only 2 minutes left. I'm so sorry it's so fast, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you look at professional advisors and if you can become a trusted advisor to professional advisors, a trusted partner, then you open up a whole new area of resource for you. And if you can shift from just trying to get money out of people, I'm being really gross now and exaggerating your point, to helping them on their donor journey, then I think there's an opportunity for some positive results.
Fascinating. Thank you, John. That was really insightful. We did have some questions about, like practical questions about if you're happy to share some of this information and share the slides, would that be okay?
Sure.
Yeah, cool. I mean, one of the things that kind of sprung to my mind is how willing are the wealth advisors to work with fundraisers, because I know that fundraisers would be really keen to develop more relationships with the wealth advisors, but because there's been this historically this this kind of attitude of, well, they're just asking me for money. But if the attitude changed, would wealth advisors be interested to work more collaboratively, do you think? Is there an opening for that?
I think so. There's a couple of reasons I say that. One is we run quite extensive training for high value fundraisers in this whole topic. And we never have trouble having a professional advisor attend the training to reinforce the messaging. So that's one thing. The other is as part of the training, we bring an example in from a charity that's done this, and there's other charities that have done as well, Cancer Research UK, when there was a certain staff person there helping to raise funds. That person is no longer there. And so they talk quite a bit about how they get quite extensive number of advisors involved in their whole process, and they become trusted partners with those advisors. So there are some examples, very few, because of course, it's a shift in the culture and behavior of major donor fundraisers that I'm sort of trying to indicate. But I think that they would really welcome it, because as a major donor fundraiser, you have a tremendous amount of knowledge. You know how to assess a charity. You know what some of those things that I showed on the 23 distinct services. You have a lot of value to add, and if I think professional advisors would see that as really a positive thing. So yes, I think that it's open. It's going to take a while, but even people coming to our events, they're sending the wrong level. And so if they sent someone who was actually the major donor fundraiser, senior management, and established relationships, that would help.
Yeah. So how would you approach, if you're a major donor fundraiser for an organization, how would you then approach the wealth advisors? Like how do you make that initial connection?
Well, there's a couple of different approaches. One would be to, well, I'll just say we put on events, and there's other events, people do events and stuff. I'm not trying to push our events, but that's a really good way to meet advisors, and you establish a relationship as you establish a relationship with anyone. The other is your major donors will have advisors. And if you have a good relationship with a major donor, then there's a possibility they'll introduce you to the advisors, get their advisors involved, and then it evolves from there. So if they see you as a trusted advisor with one of their clients, there's no reason why you can't ultimately work towards actually supporting them with other clients. So there's that reason. Your organization, if you have a large endowment, for example, you may have some professional wealth advisors involved, so you could use them to network. So there's a wide variety of ways of actually reaching out to advisors. You can make yourself available to speak at events, not to pitch, but to speak about issues. And because all these advisory firms have events, not Zoom right now, but they have live events. But if you haven't established a relationship with one of the advisors, then there's a good opportunity for you to get invited to speak at the events. There's a whole issue around donor advice funds, which we could spend hours talking about, and how to access donor advice funds, because they're growing. It's a major growth area. And we talk in the training about how to start to deal with them, because they're really hard to break into as a fundraiser. And so we talk about different methods that have been used to do that. So there's different things. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. We, as Chapel in York, we actually held a series of philanthropy briefings where we had 3 or 4 charities not pitching, but actually explaining their causes to wealth advisors. And we did that every month, and they seemed to work really well, where it was done as an education piece. So they would talk about different subjects, and we had environment, we had food, and we had animals in Africa, and lots of different subjects, and it seemed to be quite a nice in. So agreed, there are different ways of approaching it, and there are different events, and not to go in directly with the pitch, I think is really key. So another question that's come from Sylvia.
Let me just add one thing before you do the question. You can, I think you should exploit us as much as you can. I didn't say that out loud, but I mean, we put out a magazine. That magazine goes to over close to 8,000 LinkedIn people our organization has. It goes to a mailing list of 11,000. Significant number of those people are philanthropists, and significant number are advisors. But they also use my LinkedIn, which has over 13,000. So if you put an article in our magazine, then, and a lot of charities do, then that gives really super exposure. If you have research in your organization, send it to us. We put it on our website, then we let everyone on those lists know about it. So again, it's exposure, it creates credibility, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, Helen.
No worries. I mean, it goes back to the adage that we used before. It's not what you know, it's who you know, right? So use the networks and use philanthropy impact, because that's really what they're, you know, that's what you're there for. So the question was from Sylvia. She asked, can you give examples of the language shift that fundraisers need to use? And I think we get so, as with any industry, we get so used to the jargon that we use internally in our sector that I think it's a good education to have, to say, well, how do we shift that jargon, and or how do we learn how to talk to advisors and wealthy, ultra high net worth individuals?
Yeah. We have a lot of stuff that can help you with that. I don't mean to push us, because there's other places as well, but the traditional approach is a case for support. That works. It's always worked, but there's a real shift taking place. Millennials, women of wealth, they're looking at this as an investment. And what's the return on investment? Not financial return, but what's the return? So that means a business case. And if you can put your business case into 2 pages, I've had to teach a number of organizations how to do this as a consultant. It's not easy because you're so used to thinking in a certain way, but if you can do it, and it's basically broken down into what the problem is or the market need, and then your solution to make your market need, what's your USP, and what's your competitive difference. Do you have the people to make it worth? Because people invest in people, and that's really important. So they're investing either through you because they trust you, or you have people that are trusted within your organization. And then there's the finances, and then there's the ask. What's the investment that's needed? You can see the language is different. What's the financial return? What's the societal return? And then at the end, and only at the end, do you talk about your organization. And you talk about it like we're good guys, we help, and we've sacrificed our lives, et cetera, et cetera. And I sound really cynical, don't I? But it's more, you're a winner. So you're effective, you're financially stable, you're successful, and you have other investors. So it's that kind of thing. And if you can put all that in 2 pages, then you're doing well. And that part of what we teach is how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. We've still got the panelists, which is amazing, and thank you for staying with us, everybody. I just want to kind of put it out to the panel, really. If you've got your experiences of working with wealth advisors for your major donor fundraising, if anybody wants to share. We've also got 20 minutes left of this of IFAB, actually. So if anybody has any other questions for John or any of the panels, please do send them through, because we've got, you know, some time to address any of the subjects that we've talked about this morning. But maybe if any of the panel want to share about their experiences working with wealth advisors for their major donor fundraising. Does anybody want to share their experiences?
I've got a problem. I'm in London, but I have another appointment in another part of London in 20 minutes. So
okay.
Can I just give 5 more minutes and hopefully the taxi gets me there on time?
yeah, sure. I mean, if you need to leave, John, that's fantastic. We can say
I can wait 5 more minutes if that's
okay, fantastic. Well, maybe we focus our questions on John's discussion quite now, and then once he goes, we can open up the floor to everybody else. So
I'd be really interested in what people's experience is. So if you could record it and send it to me,
sure,
that would be really good. And I'm happy to respond to anything. And you have my contact details, so feel free to give out my email address, and I'm happy to talk to anyone about what they're doing.
I mean, John should hopefully be on Chaplain York Connect, so you guys, so everybody can connect on that as well. And everybody that's taken part and participated will get a copy or have access to a copy of the recording, because it's been recorded, so you can watch it at your leisure over and over again if you want. So another question is coming from Louis. Do you have to be a registered charity to serve as a philanthropy advisor, as you described?
No, there are a number of banks have philanthropy advisors. There's no accreditation, there's no certification, there's no general acceptable standards, but banks have a number of philanthropy advisors. So Coutts, JP Morgan Private Bank, Seahor & Co., HSBC, et cetera, et cetera. But they're few and far between. Outside of that, there are a couple of private ones. So actually, if you're a major donor fundraiser and you're looking for a future career move, there's a potential growing market out there. I wouldn't do it today because it's pretty tough, but something in the next few years if you're looking to do something different. But I think there's going to be a need. So basically, there's not enough philanthropy advisors out there to help, and you can fill that gap as a major donor fundraiser.
Great. I think it's something that Chaplain York can help with as well. We're working to help and improve philanthropy advice through the philanthropy briefings on connecting causes and wealth advisors and having that education piece, because yeah, agreed. I think there is a gap, between the knowledge, and I think maybe it's a language thing, because wealth advisors are scared for charities coming and asking for money when actually they actually need to be educated a little bit more, and vice versa, I think.
Yeah, that's right. There's another question here about women of wealth. I don't know.
Yeah, so could you expand a bit more about the growth of women in wealth and the trends you're seeing?
Okay. As I said earlier, women of wealth are going to control most of the liquid assets. So their approach is really quite different. They want to definitely live their values. Language has shifted. They want to live their values through their philanthropy and also through their investments. And if you understand that whole spectrum, you should have a basic understanding of what the investment thing is. So what is impact investing? What is ESG investing? What's the difference? What's this, all the issues around sustainability, et cetera, et cetera. So they're pretty focused on that. They want relationships. They don't want to focus on traditional approaches. I think that, and internet and social media and stuff like that are really important processes for them as well. So it's learning a new way to communicate, a new language, and supports. But they know their own minds, but they also need support in helping to develop what they want to do.
I think it'd be quite an interesting research for somebody to look at women of wealth and how it's evolving, and how maybe social media has kind of impacted on that, or how it does. So really quickly, because I know that you need to go, Sarah's interested in hearing more about social impact and return on investment for clients in philanthropy.
Oh God, we don't have 6 hours. It's really,
yeah, about 6 minutes.
Really, yeah, it's really complicated. There's multiple ways to measure social impact and return on investment. So pro bono economics, for example, does some really interesting stuff. And there's other groups that also do it. You have to be careful about knowing who your client is or your donor is to figure out what they're looking for. Because again, some of them are really happy with the case for support. And if they can achieve a broad-based impact, then that's great. Some of them are really sophisticated and want pretty serious studies about what's going on. I'm sorry, this is such a long discussion. I just think that it's really important to learn about all these things and to be able to articulate those differences and to put it within the context of your charity. Because sometimes it's really important and other times it's not.
Okay.
And there's some kickback. It's really interesting. There's some philanthropists and some others who are basically saying, we think that there should be unrestricted funding. And there should be trust. So Isa Boss, for example, in Germany, great-granddaughter of Boss Industries, does something called transformative philanthropy, which involves people in the whole process. Dame Stephanie Shirley's done some of that, and others are doing that. Seahor & Co, for example, their charitable trust focuses a lot on unrestricted funding. So that's moving a bit away from impact and return on investment to actually trusting a key person in an organization that they're going to achieve it. So we're going to give them money to do it. And of course, the money can be used for overheads and a whole range of other things. because it's unrestricted. You can do what you want, but there has to be a trust there. And you can build that trust through philanthropy advisors or through others. But you're not going to, like, for example, Seahor & Co., their foundation will not take applications. So it's a more subtle approach, right?
Fascinating. Right, really, really interesting.
Well,
I'm conscious that you have to leave. Is that right?
Yeah. So I've got 11 minutes to get to the other side of London.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that.
I'm sorry. I hope that was helpful to everyone.
Thank you so much, John. It's fascinating. We've got your details, we've got you CMI Connect. We've got your, well, we will have your presentation that we can share with everybody. I just want to say thank you again for a really interesting half an hour or so discussion. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm going to open.
Can you send me the comments in the chat? I'd really be interested.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. I'm really sorry I have to go. Feel free to get in touch. Happy to talk.
Great. Thanks ever so much.
Thanks. Bye.
If everybody else can stay on, that's great. And we're happy to take further questions to the panel on any of the discussions and any of the presentations we had. So maybe we can continue the conversation a bit on wealth advisors, leading on from what John was talking about. So has anybody had experience, or what people's experience have been with working with wealth advisors for their major donor fundraising? Graham, have you had experience with that?
No, I haven't used them, Helen, myself personally, so sorry, I can't help.
Helen?
Yeah, Nancy, yeah.
Well, I think just to reiterate, the biggest thing is that if you go to any events, whether it's philanthropy, impact, or anywhere else, going up and grabbing somebody who is advising lots of high net worth people, whether they're bankers or lawyers or whatever, and saying, and doing the pitch, as John was saying, that is absolute disaster, because it just makes them not want to come to things with charities there. What you're trying to do is to really get, is to understand, and I'm not quite sure whether I go as far as saying we would be advisors, etc. But what you're trying to do is just to get to know people and to get to know, and for them to know you. Because if they've got clients that are interested in, in one-legged donkeys, and you're art museum, you're not going to get that person, that client to be interested in you. But what you do want is that great relationship, so that if somebody does have a client that says, God, any really brilliant art museums, then you're there at first in your mind. But that, I think, is that's the one thing we hear all the time is, how do you keep these people away from us, these fundraisers away from us? We want to get to the bar. We don't want to be hijacked on our way there to say, give to us.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that needs to be made across the board, because if somebody does it, then it kind of gives everybody a bad name, if you like. So I think we just need to be all very cautious, because there's a need for it. We know that, we've learned that, and Nancy and I have been doing the philanthropy briefings as well, mostly this year. And we know that there is interest in it. So we just need to, all together as a collective, be very cautious about how we work with advisors and not scare people off, because we need them, they need us. We just need to be tread carefully on this tricky road. So yeah. Anybody else?
Sorry, can I just clarify? I think, in all fairness, I don't work with client advisors per se, but when you network within your community, whether it's from the legal fraternity with our 1748 Society Legacy Club, or working with people who know other high net worth individuals, we are in effect networking with clients, service of client advisors. So I don't see myself as focusing in on them as an entity, which maybe I should, but I'm always looking at our database and people we work with, what connections they've got. And as I say, lawyers are one area where I have had success, with talking to them about the school or whoever I'm working for. But in that case, often they are an alum of the school, or there's a connection already there. So you're not cornering them at a networking session. You are meeting them as one of your community.
Yeah, makes sense. And Leslie, you must have had, or I assume, but not correctly. Have you had experience of dealing with wealth advisors in this capacity?
No, not. Certainly is a lot of food for thought, and it's something we should really be expanding on. I think it could be hugely beneficial, and I think it needs a dedicated, focused approach, and not something that was sporadic, but that it was well considered. I did want to just touch on the articulating social impact and return on investment, because I see that becoming more and more important for clients, and it's so useful to document, as I mentioned earlier, the things that you do and the work that you do, because people really, when they see that their rand is spent wisely and that their investment is making a difference in communities or to people's lives, you gain donor confidence and you have donor retention, and I can't just emphasize the importance of that, because it's easier cultivating and growing that donor well-being rather than finding someone new. So I would place a lot of emphasis on that.
Brilliant, well said. Christine said that she's used wealth advisors in the past and it worked very well for them. She's from a music charity. It's an opportunity for her to connect their clients with the music charity. So that worked very well for her. So I think there's an opportunity, and I think there's a lot of food for thought, as Leslie said, from what John was saying. And Sarah also quite rightly said it's important it's helpful for everybody to understand the importance of questions they're asking. Oh, and Sylvie's just written a really long thing. We are running out of time, so really I want to take this opportunity again to say thank you to the panelists and to all the speakers that have attended today and have contributed to IFAB 2021, the kickoff. This is day one. So tomorrow we've got the US, and then on Thursday we are talking about the same subject, so stewardship, cultivation, prospect research in Asia. Thank you to all the attendees. You've been amazing with all your comments and your questions and all the feedback. I think it's really made for a very dynamic morning. It's not just us talking at you, it's actually interactive, which is fantastic. So thank you for all of your connections. We hope you've gained practical philanthropic skills and increased your international fundraising and helped to broaden your successes, we hope. So please remember, do stay in touch with Chaplain York Connect, which you all are connected to. You can network and you can increase your global colleagues through the platform. You'll be receiving an email with links to today's session for your references back to what we've been discussing. And along with our 2022 events as well, which are coming up. So we've got roundtables and plenary briefings planned for 2022 too. So thank you once again to everybody. We hope to see you again in the future and to see all of our wonderful panelists and wonderful speakers. And thank you for an insightful, educational and wonderful morning. So thank you to everybody.